Welcome again. Welcome, Trevor, to Big Conversations by Ordinary People podcast.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure to have you, and we are back here at Public Square. The last time we were here, I had a podcast with Tony, which podcast got me arrested. But that is a story I don't want to go into because really I do not want to make March to Parliament be about me. I think the conviction to it was supposed to be bigger than just personal individuals. That is why I was very against the hashtags of people being arrested and why people focused on getting them out. Yet that is really just a small part of the puzzle. Right. But yes, Trevor, I would love for you to introduce yourself to the podcast and to our listeners and to me.
Okay.
Let me get a clear understanding of the person you are, and that will drive the conversation.
Well, that was an intro. This is going to be interesting. But yeah, my name is Trevor Moli. My background is in education. I studied education at Chambogo, studied a degree in teaching literature and English language. But my career has been in the arts and culture. Even before I graduated, I'd already began working professionally in the arts and culture until recently that I've joined Public Square, and I've now shifted my work to organizing. I don't want to call it activism because it's just a continuation of my artistic and curatorial practice of thinking about especially the topics of freedom, thinking about identity, and those two merged have been my central focus, and that is how I find myself at Public Square. That is how I find myself here on this podcast.
What do you feel about the NGO organization of, you see like how Museveni has Musevenized the country? How do you feel about NGOizing activism, where it becomes a career and not a cause, where people actually really take activism for a job?
I mean, you're going to talk to that and even expound on it, but it's not a new phenomenon.
Yeah.
It is part of analysis of civil society that have been here longer. I mean, again, like I was told you earlier on, in his book on the post-colony, Achille Mbembe talks about this. Even other scholars here in Uganda, Mamdani hints about this. But from colonial times, the organizations that stood between the government and the people, the civil society, had lots of other baggage that came with it. And that's why you would term it as the NGOification of it. And there have been many critiques of NGOs, nothing going on. That being a phrase hints at something.
Well, it sometimes becomes very comfortable where you are getting a salary that comes off the problems you're supposed to solve. So because you have to keep getting the salary,
I'm going to send you
keep at it.
That text on the post-colony. The salary is the way the state gets legitimacy from you, and that extends to the civil society. Salary began from people who are collaborating with the state. It only expanded to the rest of the people as not an afterthought, but it starts at the state, civil society, and then spreads out. But that act of being put on a payroll is how legitimacy is constructed. It's how you enter into an economy, right?
Yeah.
So it's not about focusing on the NGO as a special part of the society that has been changed, but it's a production of like a state formation system with it, and it sits somewhere in there. So it's not enough to look at it outside that. And it's also not even to get carried away, and I promise I will do this. The text that I asked that we read on this as we begin.
Yeah, let's go into that.
It will sort of like help us understand and give us a deeper perspective. And we have already together, step by step, it answers most of these contradictions that we see in the organizations we hope will improve lives, will make, it will improve our humanity, our dignity, and improve our freedom. These organizations we sort of like look at to do this, and we wonder why don't they do them? Mm-hmm. From the country itself to NGOs to private institutions. But let's not forget that these things don't exist outside people.
Yeah.
So to understand them, understanding the people first would be a good starting point before we now begin critiquing. And this text, the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, for me has been a very good resource in understanding these contradictions as to why what we expect does not happen. It was published in 1968 by Paulo Freire. And at that time, it was a time of lots of change in the world, and even for our country. It was an interesting time. We are getting independence. we had already gotten independence by then. We are early in it.
We're 6 years into it.
Yeah. And lots of stuff had already happened in those 6 years. And many people were thinking about all this change in the world. And I think I discovered Paulo Freire, like I told you, by accident. I met this professor in my art days. And this was a text she was teaching foundationally. She's at York. She's also from Mexico. Mm-hmm. And I was writing an article on the Venice Biennale. So if you don't know about the Venice Biennale, it's the biggest art festival in the world, visual arts. And for the first time, Uganda went 2 years ago. I wrote about that on my website. You link it in bio.
You did go, right?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't
You're
part
just
of it.
Writing that.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm an art critic. I didn't mention that.
Right.
And you'll see it on the website. And anyway, she sent me this text to help make my article better. Because I was very angry at some of the contradictions I saw there. And I transferred that anger in my article. But when she read it, she suggested this and said, when you read this, things will appear clearly to you and your approach will be improved. You'll leave the conversation having added something to it. And that's how important this text is to me, because it helped make certain things clearer. And that's why I suggested it to you, and I told you when you reached out that I would like us to read this, among its other material I sent you.
All right, so the material really got very interesting. So I started from where the book starts from, so that I get a clear understanding of the cause, which I have actually really gotten onto from the introduction. But Leah, we can drive into chapter 1. Do you wish that I read or you read?
Well, let me just give you guys a brief intro about what the book is about.
Sure.
It's not a hard read, and that was the whole aim of Freire. But it's called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's basically how can oppressed people get themselves from this oppression through the process of pedagogy. Yeah. Pedagogy simply means education. How do oppressed people educate
I feel like
themselves out of the
what's
oppression?
missing in so many things, including and notwithstanding much to parliament. I feel like there was lack of education into the whole campaign.
And before we get on commenting, let's read the book first.
All right.
So we're going to read paragraph by paragraph. I'll read, Natif will read, I'll read a paragraph.
Okay.
And you can start. If you find a word that you're not sure of how it fits in here.
To chapter 1?
Yes, 41.
Page 41.
Yes, page 41.
Yeah, page 41.
And again, if you find a word that you need clarification on,
we'll
stop and then we'll go.
All right. While the problem of humanization has always, from an axiological point of view, been humankind's central concern.
Central problem.
Well, I have concern. Concern for humanization leads to...
No, the W is capitalized. Is it?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll just go again. While the problem of humanization has always, from an axiological point of view, been humankind's central problem, it now takes on the character of an inescapable concern. Concern for humanization leads at once to the recognition of dehumanization, not only as an ontological possibility, but as an historical reality. And as an individual perceives the extent of dehumanization, he or she may ask if humanization is a viable possibility. With history, in concrete, objective contexts, both humanization and dehumanization are possibilities for a person as an incompleted being, conscious of their incompletion.
So axiological studies is a study of values.
Okay.
Good or bad. Let me read the actual definition. Axiology is the study of nature and value and valuation of the kind of things that are valuable. So when we read it says, why the point of humanization has always, from an axiological point of view, been humankind's central problem. To say, well, it's now more than just something we think about. It's an inescapable concern. So like, it would be good to be free. Like in Uganda, we know it would be good to be free, and it's something for debate about, but it has gone beyond that. It is something we desperately need. You see? It is now it's an inescapable concern.
It would be good to be free, but now we need to be free.
We are now beyond conversations of why freedom is important. It is something we cannot escape thinking about. It has taken over our thought processes.
So by just that, you justify why...
Not justifying,
okay.
It's the reality. It now takes on the character of an inescapable concern. There is no way we cannot debate this. We're no longer at liberty to participate over the values of political rightness or not. It's a concern we cannot run away from. Right?
So there's actually no need for safe corridors.
We're getting there.
All right.
let's debate the text. I think let's debate the text. It will help us.
As speaking that from your explanation.
But yes, no. The thing is, none of us, either in the safe corridor or outside it, is participating because it's a luxury.
True. It's because it's a need now.
It's the book. The book says it is is inescapable concern. The act of humanization bring back our dignity and freedom. And I agree with him. We're in a place whereby it's an inescapable concern.
Yeah.
We have to be talking about this. So concern for humanization leads at once to the recognition of dehumanization, not only as an ontological possibility. So we have to ask ourselves what ontology is. Ontology is a study of being, the philosophy that is concerns itself, not being, of nature and relations of being, yes. So actual life itself. So concern for humanization leads once to the recognition of dehumanization, not as an ontological possibility, but as a historical reality. So we know that we are not worried about our freedom, not because we're just engaging in some philosophical concern, but we know from a while ago that we have been dehumanized. Museveni is not the first dictator of this country. He's not the first person.
But he's the only dictator we've lived under.
Yes.
President Museveni, please.
Okay.
Yeah, president.
Okay, His Excellency, the
Yes.
President of Uganda. We have had many other heads of state who are perpetuating.
Have you also seen one president?
No, you man. Okay, I can't claim I saw President Obote.
But you've lived under a different president.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
okay.
maybe 2 years or so.
All right.
So anyway, to cut short, this paragraph is talking about within history in concrete, objective context, both humanization and dehumanization are possibilities for a person as an uncompleted being conscious of their completion. So you know there are people who can...
Of their incompletion.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when people recognize that they are not complete projects and these possibilities exist at the same time, to dehumanize others or to humanize them, to be dehumanized or to be humanized, they all exist within their possibilities we can reach. So that's like the gist of that paragraph.
Yeah.
Natif, go to the second one.
But while.
Skip the footnote.
City, yes. But while both humanization and dehumanization are real alternatives, only the first is the people's vocation. This vocation is constantly neglected.
Negated.
This vocation is constantly negated, yet it is affirmed by that very negation. It is thwarted by injustice, exploitation, oppression, and the violence of the oppressors. It is affirmed by the yearning of the oppressed for freedom and justice, and by their struggle to recover their lost humanity.
What do you read in it? What do you think?
Might need 30 minutes to unpack this.
Please, we have all the time, Tony.
Not 30 minutes, but you get it.
Yeah, but we have all the time.
But I'm saying,
Still,
you,
if
but you,
it's
but
30
you,
minutes it is, we'll take that.
but you get what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's true. Like these are real alternatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the harder dehumanization is what makes it a point stronger for humanization to be there. And the higher the dehumanization is the higher for us, the higher the motive for us to humanize. And no matter what injustice, exploitation, and oppression exists, the struggle to humanize will always thrive in those conditions. And again, we're incomplete projects, and as human beings, we yearn to fix. That's how I read it. But when you say something, this is your paragraph.
But while both humanization and dehumanization are real alternatives, only the first is the people's
Vocation. So humanization.
vocation.
Yeah.
But I've read this paragraph quite a bit, and I come from a different side.
Okay.
Dehumanization is a people project.
Also.
A lot of us and
Don't challenge the book now.
No.
I'm saying, we shall get there. Because let's first do an interpretation first, and then we shall revisit it.
yeah,
I feel like this is how we have to interpret.
Trevor, I've read this book. I cannot interpret it on just
Let
your
him
ground.
interpret
Yes.
the paragraph
Okay.
as
Yes.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this man says, while both humanization and dehumanization are real alternatives, only the first is the people's vocation. He assumed that the guys on the other side of dehumanization are not people. And they have no role to play in reversing the damage, which is in this case is dehumanization that they've caused. It paints people as some sort of black and white caricature, and then says that the people, I believe the people in here, it's the same argument that guys will make on social media and say, those are the oppressors, we are the oppressed.
And there is no interlink.
And there's no interlink.
Yeah.
I feel like, and Trevor, you're welcome to disagree, but one of the most annoying things about this, at least chapter, was the painting of a false dichotomy. That you think that President Museveni, when you study him, when he came into power, he enjoyed interaction with people that wasn't behind bulletproof shields, glass shields. You understand?
Yeah.
Just go into his pictures. Look at his swearing in ceremony at Parliament in January 1986. The person standing next to him was a Kadogo in blue pants with a loaded gun. And there was no shield between him and the people he was speaking to. Now, over time, you had the process of what this guy, Paul Freire, calls dehumanization, which then called for progressive installation of shields between the leaders and the led. Now, you're imprisoning both the led and the leader. And then you're saying that it is the role of the led who are now dehumanized to actually humanize the vocation. But you forget that the person behind that glass shield...
This chapter is going to answer all those concerns.
...is also held up in jail. Yeah, so that's why I don't like to actually...
So somewhere in the introduction, by the way, Paul references the fact that it is hypocritical for us not to acknowledge the fact that there is a difference. There's always going to be a difference. The society is built like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you guys, like what Natif has said, I get it, but I promise you, this very chapter responds to that.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes.
It would be better if you actually just walked through the chapter.
Yes.
I agree.
And then told us what you learned from it. And a lot of these guys will go back and...
But for me, but that's the thing, right? Let's go through it and interpret it as it is.
As is.
And then, I promise you, by the time we are done, even as you can even bring up these concerns, they will be answered.
He says this vocation is constantly negated.
The vocation of humanization.
Yes. Is constantly negated.
Yet
it is affirmed by that very...
Negation.
Yes. But when he talks about negation, what does he really mean? The interest in negation of rehumanization serves who?
It serves everyone. And that's the idea.
The point.
But wait, the thing is, but what it means that the act of humanization will always bounce back, no matter what kind of injustice, exploitation, or oppression, or the violence of oppressors. And that's a historical fact.
Of course.
Yes. And again, the concerns you have are valid, and that's partly why we read this book, and it will answer them. But yes, this is, as a fact, true, that even no matter how far people are oppressed, the desire for them to become more human will never be fully removed. And that's partly the story of Museveni.
Absolutely.
His Excellency, President Museveni.
It is thwarted by injustice, exploitation, oppression, and the violence of the oppressors. Now, everything he lists here is also the process of dehumanization.
I think we're jumping the gun, Natif.
Yes.
I think let's have that analysis, that point, when the chapter is done.
Okay.
Because he hasn't yet made a
okay, let's go through that chapter. Let's go through that chapter so that we don't have...
these tips. Because we're going to have more than enough time for them.
All right. Natif, please go on.
The violence of the oppressors. It is affirmed by the yearning of the oppressed for freedom and justice and by their struggle to recover their lost humanity. What he's describing to me is the constant fight that defines human existence.
Yes.
It does not matter whether it's in Uganda.
Yes.
It does not matter whether it's in the US.
Yes.
It does not matter whether it's in Norway.
Yes.
And the most perfect democracies you'll find.
In
There
Geneva.
is always a community for which, quote unquote, democracy leaves holding an empty basket. And that's what we can always define as dehumanization. And the whole idea of democracy is going to be framed as a contest between people who have felt left out by the prevailing circumstances or leadership structure, or whatever you choose to call whatever situation they are living under, them raging against the machine. It does not necessarily get limited to our third world fights where we believe, oh, there's this despot whose family and friends are taking everything, whose justice system is not working for us, and we are always fighting back against that. So it's a constant process of fighting for our rights that will not end whether we live in Switzerland or Uganda.
No, that is true.
Yes.
That is true.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is true.
I agree with that as well.
Let's keep going. Dehumanization, which marks not only those whose humanity has been stolen, but also, though in a different way, those who have stolen it, is a distortion of the vocation of becoming more fully human. This distortion occurs within history, but it is not an historical vocation. Indeed, to admit of dehumanization as an historical vocation would lead to either cynicism or total despair. The struggle for humanization, for the emancipation of labor, for the overcoming of alienation, for the affirmation of men and women as persons would be meaningless. This struggle is possible only because dehumanization, although a concrete historical fact, is not a given destiny, but the result of an unjust order that engenders violence in the oppressors, which in turn dehumanizes the oppressed.
Is he putting violence at the root of every dehumanization?
Yeah.
It is inevitable.
True, right?
It's
inevitable.
It goes without
That
saying.
is all the time, yeah.
I think let me just read this other one and you go to the last paragraph.
Okay.
Because it is a distortion of becoming more fully human, sooner or later, being less human leads the oppressed to struggle against those who made them so. In order for this struggle to have meaning, the oppressed must not, in seeking to regain their humanity, which is a way to create it, become in turn oppressors of the oppressors, but rather restorers of the humanity of both.
Utopia.
It's not utopia. Go to the next paragraph.
Okay. I think I like to agree with Natif that that's utopia.
Go
But
to the next paragraph.
This is
then-
Trevor's podcast. Though. I
Yeah.
am just
No,
an
I have
observer.
that is utopia.
Don't
Actually,
make
I
it about
I
me.
have it around utopia. This is the first thing I asked him when we got in here. That doesn't he think of his activism as utopia? But let me just jump into it. This then is the greatest humanistic and historical task of the oppressed, to liberate themselves and their oppressors as well.
Exactly. So
Go ahead.
The oppressors who oppress, exploit, and rape the virtue of their power.
By virtue of their power.
By virtue of their power, cannot find in this power the strength to liberate either the oppressed or themselves. Only power that springs from the weakness of the oppressed will be sufficiently strong to free both.
I
Only
entirely
power that
Yeah.
springs from the weakness of the oppressed will be sufficiently strong to free both. I
entirely. What's your take on that?
I want to relate it to maybe current day.
Yes.
To Uganda.
March to parliament.
Yeah. March to
We cannot
parliament.
march to parliament.
Yes.
So
I feel like our power, we have not yet gained sufficient power.
Not yet.
Right? To change
the weakness,
the oppressors.
only the power that springs from the weakness of the oppressed will
This
be
is what we are
sufficiently
seeing in
strong to
Nigeria,
free both.
where the military will join. This is what we saw in Kenya, where the military...
Yeah, but
and
in
I happen-
Nigeria, we need to know that also the military in some pockets has killed people. More than 100 of them.
I mean, Kenya
checked
reported
earlier.
242 deaths, right?
Yes,
But yeah.
but
But
let's
the military
concentrate on
joined.
this. Let's concentrate on this section that you just read.
Only power that
Only power that
springs
springs from the weakness of the oppressed will be sufficiently strong to free both. And that is as clear as stated, right?
Do you agree with it?
Yes.
But
Expound.
initially called it utopian. Why is it
No,
not
no, no,
utopian
no, no,
now?
no,
No,
the
no.
earlier one.
It was leading to this. So it was leading to this. They're both interlinked.
Trevor.
Don't as a pedagogy. This is pedagogy, guys. Like yes, but let's not break up the section into they're linked inextricably.
Yes, and really.
So
The
take, for example, the Right Honorable Speaker, right? So March to Parliament's cause had, let's have the Right Honorable Speaker resign. Yeah. But my own personal opinion to me was that that in its sense doesn't make sense. You cannot really just achieve that by just marching, right?
I mean,
but
you could.
because
You can.
yeah, you could, if people were strong enough to really stay on cause, which was not
What does strong mean?
enough conviction.
Are you sure?
Yeah, in this case, enough conviction. If you have enough conviction of the cause, which was the problem, there was, I feel like people wanted to march, but they didn't know why they wanted to march. The bigger majority.
They knew. The thing is, I think
feel like
it's going to become clearer as we read, but it has to be more than conviction to the cause. And that's something we're going to understand here. But how I read this only power that springs from the weakness of the oppressed will be sufficiently strong to free both.
What do you make of this?
I will tie it our Nakalema meeting. And,
Okay.
why people found it implausible that would meet Nakalema, who is to them obviously an oppressor.
Kano Nakalema.
I forget, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kano Edith Nakalema.
Yeah.
And when we met her, people imagine there's no plausible reason for why we would meet this person. But it's the ethos of how we do our work here at Public Square. And our friend asked us, why do you think you do this? Do you think you have any leverage against the government? You remember that question?
Yeah, that absolutely answers it. And for me, when that question was asked, I had made a choice not to respond to a lot of these stray comments. But I was asked that question by someone I consider extremely well-read and extremely
But
intelligent.
that's a good question.
And I remembered the section, and I'm like, how don't these people understand that they have so much leverage, they have so much power?
Which leverage?
But the thing
Please
is,
expound on
they
that.
have-
Let us make it
I would
clear.
say, that's why I differ from you.
Yeah.
I agree they have no leverage, but I agree with Freire. Like
what?
And I'll give you an example. Let's focus on a Nakalema meeting.
Our call.
Kano.
Yeah, Kano.
Nakalema's meeting. So we go there to this meet. What leverage do we have against Kano Nakalema? We are coming, we are not even negotiating. We are approaching her to resolve a situation together that seems difficult for the both of us. There were rumors around the charge sheets being amended, and everyone was antsy about that.
Which she confirmed in the meeting.
Yes.
Which meeting we actually didn't call.
Yes. We didn't call this meeting.
Yeah,
and
we
we
invited
invited
to
her.
the
Also,
meeting
you have
and
to really
told
put
that
it in
all other
point.
activists were going to be there.
I'm tying it. Let me sort of like tie it back to this. So when we meet her,
Okay.
we have this meeting. We tell her these are not terrorists. These are not imperialists getting funding. These are innocent people that should not be subjected to an unhashed system that ping-pongs them around and keeps them in jail.
Trevor, I think
And
that
I'm-
is
and I-
still a bit surface, right?
No, I'm going to tie it back.
Okay.
And give me a chance.
All right.
So we go through this and we tell her the charge sheets are false, procedure is not being followed, go back to the social contract. If you have any influence, make sure that the right thing is done. We have no leverage for that, right? We have no power to compel the Kano to do anything. We are coming from a weak position. But by engaging in that act and accepting to be part of that, because there are very many reasons not to, given the whole, I think, backlash
Yeah.
that has been received, there was no incentive for us to do this. And there are very many other activist friends and colleagues and comrades who are invited to this platform, and they rightly feel like they cannot be associated with this person because they believe they have nothing to do with them. They cannot sort of like touch the oppressor. It would look good. It's not kosher. Given the question they ask us, so in their heads they don't believe this. They believe for you to sort of like have movement, you must have the tools of compulsion, right? But it's what Freire says. Like it says no. The people who will actually liberate the oppressed are the oppressors, and they'll be coming from a place of weakness. And he goes further to explain how this will work. But when I see this, I see it in a kind of work. We don't have the tools of compulsion, but just a radical belief that there are people within the social order who are interested in collaborating to make things better. And that if they reach out,
Yeah.
we can work together.
That's one thing, right? But also, the good calling could have reason, right? For every, be it Black Lives Matter, right? For that protest, there's always going to be goons that are going to probably loot and whatnot. So for them to have for the good colonel to call you out and be like, you know what, let's have a meeting. It could be because she's really, really, really looking out for the intelligence of the country to secure the country. So it's just not about being oppressed. She could fail to see that point of view.
No, that is
you
true.
are oppressed.
No, that is true.
It could really be about the security of it all. That how do we prevent?
But that was her.
Isn't this a case you present
that was her angle.
corridors?
No, that was her angle.
Okay.
What you say is that was the colonel's angle. That's why we're there. That is her job. And her, she's paid.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, she's
right?
paid to maintain a sense of calm, no matter what the circumstances are. And again, sort of like clarify, there was nothing wrong with the guys marching to parliament. It was within their mandate. How
it's a constitutional right,
yes,
right? The
how
constitution permits for protests and.
But again, this text will ground us in how to study these and how to study our concrete historical reality for us to understand why March to Parliament faced some of the challenges.
Why it failed. I like to stick to the fact that
but
it failed.
Why do you mean it failed?
Because you see,
That-
it didn't achieve anything.
But
That
you
is
can't say
failing.
that. You can't say that.
We can't say
You can't start in good
We
conscience.
have to say it. Why shouldn't we say
what I'm
it?
saying, you have to challenge yourself. How do you know it failed?
It didn't achieve any results.
Do you have but do you have the empirical?
What were the causes for March to Parliament? Let's start there. What were the causes?
People were expressing.
There were 7 causes, right?
No. People were expressing, the first and foremost, people were expressing their discontent towards how corruption has proliferated in our society.
True.
Some of the people that I visited in prison gave that as their overarching reason. They said there are other reasons, but our most important one was to show how dissatisfied we are and we do not agree with any part of this administration and how it's running. So that was the overarching anxiety around March to Parliament.
Now, you see, what I noticed, and I see this problem, Keron, from both the people who are largely state-affiliated people who are eager to label the March to Parliament a spectacular failure. And it's very difficult not to, because let me construct my point.
Right.
It's very difficult not to label the March to Parliament
A fail.
a fail, especially given the heightened tension that was in society in the lead up to that, and what Trevor likes to call collective masturbation of the people who are pushing, including ourselves, the March to Parliament hashtag. We got into a situation where we got high on our own supply.
Totally agree.
And we believed that the likes and retweets online somehow were going to match.
I like that you say I've read this book, but you preempt things you're going to be talking about in the next page and it makes me happy. Then I go on.
I've read this book, Trevor.
No, please continue.
I've read this book.
I love to expound on.
I want to explain to Mark why this wasn't a failure. And it wasn't a win for the people who thought it would be a win. So people got high on their own supply. They believed that they're going to fall on the street and in one fell swoop, the Speaker of Parliament
would resign.
I literally had conversations with 2 activists in the lead up to this when we were negotiating the safe corridor option. And they're like, no, we can't accept marching to Parliament and giving a petition in front of Parliament if she is not willing to resign immediately. And I'm like, do you actually understand that dictatorships, or whatever you perceive this to be, are not beaten in one wave? They're beaten in constant waves of defiance. Beat them with peace. Beat them with your perceived weakness. Keep coming and keep coming. Now, the state on the other side prepared like they were going to face 500,000 people because they've seen on one tweet 400,000 people saying, we march to Parliament. They see
without actually knowing what the cause is.
Yes. So for them, they're like, oh man, how do we manage 500,000 people on the streets tomorrow? 3 days to the march, they bring proper military wear.
So, Tony, before you even go, right? You see, that cause of wanting Anita to resign is wrong. Because
Yeah, but
oftentimes it is protesters wanting to change who the corruption
they
benefits.
they have bought into a certain
Right? They want maybe to
symbolism.
remove ANITA and put Mark Keron.
They've bought
But
into
I could also be
they've
fall
bought
into the
they've
system.
bought into a certain symbolism that thinks that for you to get rid of a problem, you must define it to the physical form.
Okay.
See, if you're going to beat a dog, what do? Start by giving it a bad name. Beating one dog to its death is not going to get rid of community rabies.
I feel like if you understand that,
I
then,
think to make
yeah.
to make this easier, I'll just read the paragraph. I may skip forward to the paragraph that talks about what you say.
Yeah.
Okay.
But almost always during the initial stage of the struggle, the oppressed.
What is that part?
45.
45.
The last paragraph.
Okay.
But almost always during the initial stage of the struggle, the oppressed, instead of striving for liberation, tend themselves to become oppressors or sub-oppressors. The very structure of their thought has been conditioned by the contradictions of the concrete existential situation by which they were shaped. Their ideal is to be men, but for them to be men is to be oppressors. This is their mode of humanity. This phenomenon derives from the fact that the oppressed, at a certain moment of their existential experience, adopt an attitude of adhesion to the oppressor. Under these circumstances, they cannot consider him sufficiently clearly to objectify him, to discover him outside themselves. This does not necessarily mean that the oppressed are unaware that they are downtrodden, but their perception of themselves as oppressed is impaired by their submersion in the reality of oppression. At this level, their perception of themselves as opposites of the oppressor does not signify engagement in a struggle to overcome the contradiction. The one pole aspires to liberation, the one pole aspires not to liberation, but to identification with its opposite pole, the oppressive one. And that contradiction is the thing.
It's as clear as day.
But I'm saying, but you can't explain it, but this guy puts it nicely.
Okay.
That this contradiction doesn't come because people are inherently hateful or easily distracted. But this is all they have ever known. These exchanges. From childhood, you see how parents raise their children. Mm-hmm. Then to school, you see how that system and its critiques can be made. Then they come out in society. And there's always a binary. There's always an easy enemy. Fire is better than water.
I'll ask you
Mother
both
is better
about
than
Exactly.
father. So this binary exists at all levels. It permeates all levels of their thinking. Let's not start making political discourses special that they have more priority than others. They are a part of how a human being has grown up and expresses themselves. And people in oppressed circumstances, like this man has told you, when they begin organizing each other, not all of them are striving for true liberation, for freedom. There is a part that wants to recapture the power they feel like they lost, because for them that's the ideal of what being in control is.
That's exactly why you see a definition of you are with us or
Us.
against us.
Against us.
But at the end of the day, statehood, solid democracy, is a negotiation between the oppressor and the oppressed.
Okay.
It's a tap dance.
Before you preempt this one, in this situation, the oppressed do not see the new man as the person to be born from the resolution of this contradiction, as oppression gives way to liberation. For them, the new man or woman themselves become oppressors. Their vision of the new man or woman is individualistic because of their identification with the oppressor. They have no consciousness of themselves as persons or as members of an oppressed class. It's not to become free that they want agrarian reform, but in order to acquire land and thus become landowners, or more precisely, bosses over other workers.
So there's something I didn't see amongst March to Parliament, right? That questions that. How many of the protesters had reforms or could suggest what could be an actionable solution, rather than just shouting "end corruption," rather than just shouting "among us corruption"? I remember the podcast you had here. One of the key things that stood out was among the Right Honourable Speaker,
Yes.
Among is doing everything to book because the system guides her.
I mean, there's, our friend Isaac Semakade has a very good retort to this.
Yeah.
He recently referred to Article 93. Trevor, do you want to take it away? This is your podcast. Do you want to explain why in the
Yes, like
in the books and in the laws, it might appear that the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament might actually be spending money within the law. And even Honourable Mpuga might have gotten that money
Within the
law. Do you want to
Okay, anyway.
try and explain that? That's a conversation that might take us off of a very bitter
But no.
tangent.
We have like time, and also
Yes,
I figured out a new sort of system.
Okay.
You guys won't go through this book, but I'll keep.
We shall. We're going to go back to
I'll
the
keep
book,
pointing.
but
you
I would
to-
want
yes.
it to be relatable to whoever is watching, so that
So
we
anyway,
can connect to it.
So Article 93 thing, if you're interested,
Yeah.
Semak they sort of like broached it recently, and basically it stipulates that the president is only last financial authority in the country, and that all decisions and financial impropriety rests with him, right? So while Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Mpuga can make the request through this meeting with the speaker
That Honourable
that
Jonathan
receives
said, OHT means thief. But
that he receives a one-time payment only to him, not transferable to any other official after he leaves that position, and it's 500 million, right? He can make that request.
Let me give you guys.
But the thing, he doesn't, according to the law, he does not have the power to give himself that money. The person who does
Is the president.
is His Excellency.
and
So,
there's really
after you let me just give you an update, by the way. After your very, very, very strong fight of trying to portray how much and how corruption is happening in Parliament by showing us how individuals are drafting money,
Which is wrong,
money
yes,
is taken to personal individual accounts. Right now, it's very hard to prove it. Right now, Parliament can draw money directly from BOU. So that was the solution they got. I get this from friends of mine who are.
But it's unreliable sources, Karen.
No,
BOU came out
we are
and
not going to
denied
really
it,
prove
but,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. But I'll tell you for a fact, I had these conversations because I knew I was going to have this conversation with you. So I extensively was talking to economists here and there. This person is my brother. They did not lie to me. And that's cliche to say because I'm having an argument here, but that is the solution. So again, it goes back to the fact that until we have reforms, right? Until the cause is about reforms and policies, that you will speak to me about a reform and policy that will make sense to me, telling me that go and march to get the Right Honourable ANITA AMONG to resign is cliche, in my opinion.
But I think that the more productive thing to talk about is maybe what we would consider reform on our end, because we're also in this space as public square.
Okay.
Right? We're also in this space, and this is something we've been thinking about.
Yeah.
Because it's not enough to say that there was a gap, right? What do we have? What do we suggest? Like, it doesn't matter if we sort of and it's something that, again, we've had a brief time with Isaac, but the very few things has helped show me that have clarified my thought process. And one of them is procedural democracy. And that's something Public Square has been committed to from the get-go, almost without knowing. It's in saying, let's channel our fights through procedures of democracy, through institutions. To say, they might not be perfect now, but let's fight. Let's put our backs into bringing them into operation.
Let's put down a marker on how we fight within structures of democracy, structures of the state. Now, before we leave that very interesting conversation, I would like to, because my job here is just to mop up whatever hasn't been said.
But no, you can also express yourself.
Yeah, you can express. To be like in the podcast, it's okay to
It's Trevor's podcast.
This is no. It is all of us now. We are here.
I would like to invite the masses, including people like us who have been so bitter about what looks like very clear corruption, and it is misuse of public resources by the Speaker of Parliament and a lot of these people. I would want us to stop making moral judgments and then use those to fuel outrage. And then that outrage will get people onto the streets without them having an intellectual grounding into why they should ask the Speaker to resign. Now, our courts, the apex court, the Supreme Court of this country, has actually already grappled with this question. I will give you a reference. There's a case from 2019, Parliamentary Commission versus Mwesige. It was the judgment date was 25th July 2019. Obviously, the language was English. It came out of a constitutional appeal number 8 of 2016 between Parliamentary Commission, which was the appellant, and Mwesige Wilson, the respondent. Now, that decision, which is, let me see how many pages. It's an 18-page decision. It's really short. Goes to great lengths to define the power of that commission in determining emoluments of parliamentarians, these awards, and all that. You'll find that the argument we should be making with people like Honorable Mpuga is a moral one and not a legal one.
Forget him and Mpuga. Look, go to right Honorable Mao.
No.
Switching to search corridors and failing at it.
No. We're going to get to that.
Okay.
We need to concentrate on understanding this parliament thief. I invite people to actually go. It's 18 pages. It's probably going to take them 30 minutes to read. And hopefully, if they want, they can have conversations with people like Isaac Semakade and their next door lawyer after the lawyer has actually addressed themselves to the decision. Because oftentimes we have a lot of people talking law because they have a law degree and they've gone through LDC and they haven't interacted with the law that they're talking about. But we invite people to read that decision and understand that at the end of the day, we all come up, government units, civil servants, and all those people come out with the equivalent of your child giving you a shopping list, a wish list. You have 2 children. One says, Daddy, I want 200,000 shillings. I'm going to buy sanitary towels. I'm going to buy tissue. I'm going to buy toothpaste. I'm going to buy maybe sugar and a few things. And then maybe I'll remain with 100,000 to keep me through the term. There's a child. There's another who will come and say, Daddy, I want 2 million shillings. I'm going to buy whatever she's going to buy. But I also need to make sure that every Saturday I get KFC dropped at school. Now, ultimately, whose job is it to pick and choose how much you give out?
You, the parent.
Yes. So these people have given you wish lists. That's exactly what the Parliamentary Commission sat and agreed that we want a wish list for this guy. And then that wish list went to the president. Now the moral question is, should Honorable Mpuga sit in that meeting and award himself that money? When you think about it from the perspective of a child who has come up with a wish list, then you would ask, is it proper for this child to sit there and give me a wish list?
For them, it's no problem.
But also, man, I get it. There's a distinction between the morality and legality of it. But the legality only gives us the procedures to address the moral question.
Exactly.
Because the thing is, there's no debate what he did was bad.
Wrong.
Like, it's bad. There's no reason you should take this money. But as we oppose that decision, we know that if we attach it from the moral ground point, we're not making anyway. The honorable will eat his money, life will go on, and we shall keep raging outside. We need to address it because the state is a procedural maze.
Yeah.
Well, and we know this for real.
Yeah.
The state is not straightforward. And this procedural maze is what most of these people use to avoid accountability.
And enrich themselves.
And if we never understand and attack it for the procedural maze it is, they'll keep eluding us like they have all the time they have been here, as we say, that this has been going on for too long. But this is why it has been going on for too long, that we have not yet merged the
But also to an economy like ours, do we ever consider the role of informal payments? So Andrew Menda has that debate really on.
But that tangent is taking us. The economy is such at a macro scale that let's focus on the actions that affect it significantly, and our political direction does. Our thinking about money and how we use it does. There's a reason Honorable Mpuga, felt like he could ask for this money, and that if he got it, it would be justified for him to receive it. Even if the state, typically through loopholes, allows for it, there's another feeling away from the legality and the procedures of it that makes him feel like this demand is justified. This is 500 million shillings. And sometimes, like I saw it from the Nairobi protest when Hanifa collected all this money, paid hospital, it was about 30 million, paid hospital bills, and around 9 million left as change. We have been desensitized to how much money the political elite are distributing amongst each other. And that's what Honorable Mpoga did, and those commissioners. But again, like you said, bargaining across political elite has how politics has been done here. And to critique it, I wish you guys had the bandwidth to read the book as we do. But the book...
No, I want us to go back to
But I'm saying we have to critique.
Yeah.
Let's not get dissuaded. That's the thing we have to critique. Because everything else is intrigue and chaff. But the core thing is the nature of our state has been constructed. Because we're not living in a present, just in an everlasting present. We come from a history that has slowly contributed to these sorts of elite bargains, especially in a colony such as Uganda, a colony of as many nations with diverse histories such as Uganda. So I think that as we debate this, there is the topics are so complex that we might get carried away. And I told Natif this earlier, and I see your program. We have to do parallel computing. It can't be sequential. The difference is with parallel computing, you solve a complex problem by breaking down into smaller chunks, which you solve and share and communicate and then produce a result.
So that's public square. Let me finish. That is public square.
Sequential computing.
I agree. That's my idea on that.
We solve it, but let's not get dissuaded. What I'm trying to, my hope for this podcast with you was that we try to get a better understanding, both from a historical angle of how we're in this position, and also to try and do what Karamaji did on me, amateur psychoanalysis, to know, to understand why people in much parliament have behaved the way they have, why the political elite have led them to sort of like converse why the political elite have ended up in this position. And then 3, to garner some insights that should improve this action, because there's no way we can do without it. Like we said, this is an inescapable concern. Whether you want it or not, guys in Safe Corridor, guys in Agora, guys who are not with us, guys who are in NUP, guys who are in FDC, guys who are in NRM, we have no option but to fix this. We cannot escape this conversation. And
that's what Freire says here on
yes. It's an inescapable concern.
Yeah.
And that's, again, we might have tangents, but I want us to steer to that overarching theme.
Absolutely. Take it away. It's your podcast.
Okay. There's an article that came out in Sunday Monitor. Before I read this next paragraph, it was by a Dr. Jacob Katumusime. You saw that article.
I have it.
I have not seen it.
People have been discussing it on Twitter. There's a man, Justice Hunter. I think you know him. He's a diaspora noob dude, and he spread it on his account, and it went viral. And basically, Dr. Katumusime was saying that activism has hit a snag because Ugandans have failed to define what freedom means to them. If you have it, read it, please. Read the first paragraph. I can't find it.
Please find it.
Someone sent it to me via WhatsApp here. It should be easily accessible.
As you're finding it, in that case, I am saying, so in this really strong awakening, right? Isn't it safer?
Is it an awakening?
That's what we're going. That's what we are going to debate.
That's what we want.
Let me find the article.
We want to say that it's different because you see, protests have been there from like 1970s to when His Excellency was fighting governments. Then it's even said that the
he took up an armed protest.
Yeah, were more than even the British colonialists then. So it has not changed. To basic free and fair elections. It has always been the path. So in this case, isn't it better, though, to copy-paste what is working in the private sector? And to me, this is what I want to ask Natif. For someone who is really, you've progressed from the private sector, wouldn't it be an easier route to say, you know what, this is what has worked? Say the banks.
I can't simplify
this is what works with the banks. Apply this.
This is a bad.
Ask Ramadan to apply something like that.
But this is a bad question because it presumes
that will present something like a solution.
The private sector comes from the public sector.
Yeah, that's
correct. A bad public sector cannot be fixed by an excellent private sector. It is a fantasy of capitalism, but it doesn't work. And it's a new trend among especially young people who believe.
Especially the time President Trump was running for the first time, people said, this public sector is so messed up, we should get a businessman in there.
Because you're thinking,
and the man stank up a joint.
Anyway, your thing is this.
Trump's economics numbers were never bad.
Your thinking is this: that public problems are failed, but private solutions have always flourished, and they can fix this.
No. We have examples of successful private,
for example,
Guardian Health.
It's not comparable.
That's different. It's
not comparable.
It's not a government.
It's not comparable.
That's my thing. If it's not a government, then let's apply what happened.
I've tried to transition from the capitalistic world of the private sector into the public policy space, and to a certain extent, I've tried to copy some of the best practices in the private sector to try and apply them to the public sector with mixed results. Okay? If you see the way public square has progressed, we look at it as the public policy equivalent of a startup. Run lean, your own resources, your fundraising process is from your friends and family and whatever, from yourself. Get proof of concept, then find a way for the public or whoever to support the work you've done, then get out and pursue other passions and just be a supporter of that work.
But you have seen the limitations of that method.
We've seen the limitations of that method, that you have what looks like a cartel in the civic space that will fight such approaches.
Okay, stop there. The article is here. We're for the article. Respond to that. Yeah. Okay. The article is called "The Trouble with Uganda's Political Activism." It came out on August 3rd, 2024, 2 days back. It was Saturday Monitor. This was the letter of the day in Saturday Monitor. I know Dr. Jacob Katumusime from Maiza. Very interesting dude. His PhD was on...
The guy in religion.
Yes, his PhD was on the Chibwetere massacre. Feel free to go and look on the Maiza page and check it out. Solid research. Anyway, he says Uganda's political activism is an ideological crisis. The imagination of freedom continues to produce disarray within the political parties and public intellectuals. One of the questions of contention relates to the strategy of pursuing freedom, and another to the nature of freedom. The major rift exists between activists who believe that freedom has to be fought for through street protests, and those who argue that they want to put the oppressed and oppressor in dialogue through roundtable negotiations. Mm-hmm. On the nature of freedom, some believe that freedom means abolishing the Ugandan state and returning to pre-colonial kingdoms, while others contend that the Ugandan state could be reformed through detribalizing it and turning it into a country where every resident enjoys equal rights and privileges. The most inflamed debate, however, pertains how to pursue freedom, regardless of what the concept means for those involved. The pursuit of freedom in Uganda ironically confronts a state whose political leaders also define themselves as freedom fighters.
See, you're walking straight out into the pedagogy of the oppressed.
Uganda's political
Chapter 1.
Uganda's political activism would therefore need conceptual and ideological clarity on what freedom means. The failure to conceptualize freedom in its Ugandan context has divided activist movements. Uganda's political activism has a diaspora wing which has more often wanted to patronize the Ugandans in the pursuit of freedom.
Like we don't have any agency here.
The diaspora wing severely imagines itself as the most aggrieved than the Ugandans back home, and it castigates them on a daily for not being angry enough. In the midst of a crossroad, Ugandan's political activists, both home and abroad, are turning against each other with demeaning labels, infantilizing each other's efforts, and while doing so, even taking on the abusive language of their oppressors.
That's always where it gets to.
But Pedagogy told us.
Yeah.
They accuse each other of betraying the fight for freedom through selling the struggle to either foreign interests or the very political regime inhibiting the freedom of Ugandans.
Those are dealers who are called dealers.
The specter of money is a hotbed of the sabotage that Uganda's political activism is especially gravitating towards. Money has split Uganda's activist work as individuals. As individuals fashion small ideological differences from where they take different paths just to compete for money. Mm-hmm. Money has also changed Uganda's fight for freedom into a search for stardom. Each political activist onto whom social media bestows the honor of working for the people runs to begin an NGO, never mind that they often call these not-for-profit organizations. Uganda's activist organizations have turned the struggle into a business. When activists turn against each other, it is an art of business competition, and they are often fighting over funders. A suggestion.
The cycle of activism.
Fighting over funders, lovers, or followers.
Yeah.
Money heists, sex scandals, and clout chasing are slowly turning Uganda's political activism into a theater of the absurd. The absurdity.
He most likely copied my phrase on that.
Let me finish the later, guys.
Okay, finish the letter. I will have a counter later. It's just 5 minutes.
The
I'm going to read it
absurdity of
right
Uganda's
after you.
political activism further manifests in the disconnect between the online activists and the Chiseka market activists. The recent march to parliament and anti-corruption protests organized online have mapped the contours of the problem at hand. The Chiseka market activists wonder where suddenly the lawyers, sureties, bail money, and even ability to attain bail for the anti-corruption activists had come from, yet their own comrades from downtown protests of yesteryears are still languishing in prison.
And they cooked for them.
For the mistrust that the Chiseka market activist has of the online activist and the disconnect between them, the Chiseka market activists did not join the anti-corruption protests. Uganda's political activists need to organize more and produce a sense of ideological unity, at least first on what freedom means for the Ugandan context. And you guys, Pedagogy of the Oppressed has an answer exactly for freedom. Do you want to hear it before your letter, or do you want to read your letter first?
I want to read my letter first.
Go ahead.
So, I'll give you a 5-minute read from Kenneth. Kenneth is the person you had the conversation with. So he puts up an argument on why Uganda's anti-corruption campaign falls short, right? In recent months, Uganda has witnessed yet another wave of activism, with social media ablaze and streets occasionally drizzled with protesters. While the passion behind these efforts is commendable, they ultimately fall short of creating meaningful change. This piece argues that the failure of such campaigns stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of corruption's role in Uganda's governance, a lack of concrete, implementable solutions, and a misguided approach to activism. This really, really goes to you people, since you're from Public Square. Yeah, to truly address corruption.
A lack of what?
This piece argues that the failure of such campaigns stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of corruption's role in Uganda's governance, a lack of concrete, implementable solutions, and a misguided approach to activism. To truly address corruption, we must shift our focus from loud complaints to thoughtful, actionable solutions. And this I entirely agree, because we have had...
There's one bolt you haven't addressed.
Which one?
Uganda has actually very practical tools to stop corruption.
Like which one? But let me finish the letter.
The thing is, but Tony, don't they exist?
Absolutely.
They don't.
But they exist.
Or maybe they're not put out there.
I'm saying they exist.
Why aren't you putting them out there?
No,
you see, Tony, even when you're explaining safe corridors, you're not giving us solutions.
But say, Karen, wait.
No.
But give me a
You're giving us
chance.
the argument.
But I'm saying, give me a chance.
Okay.
These tools exist. They are not working. And that's not the same thing. There is something not existing, and there's something being there that is not working.
So the time I sat with someone he reminded me that Uganda has every beautiful law there is.
Yeah.
They just don't.
So what we have to debate today,
okay,
is why they are not working.
Yeah.
So let's not. Our reality is this. Let's not delude ourselves. Let us not say they are not practical corruption fighting mechanisms. They are there.
Like which one? Give
The IGG, the Auditor General.
I happen to be a best friend to the son
but I'm
of
saying,
the former IGG, but I can tell you
what
their
I'm saying,
cries.
the institution is there.
Yeah,
it is
but-
empowered. It's not working. So it's there.
You see, the people who fall out of favor with the state will be hounded for corruption and all manner of sins using the very laws that we say don't work. And in those instances, those laws will work. So the problem is not the laws.
Okay.
The problem is the implementation or the will to implement
totally
those laws.
agree.
So that's what
We
we-
have
that's what
argued
we're
on
discussing.
at Public Square here that the state is held captive
By society.
by society.
Let me finish for you guys this thing. It's just really 5 minutes. Very short.
But I'm saying his premise
Yeah.
is wrong. That there are
His
no-
premise
there-
is
there-
wrong.
that there are no tools to fight.
We are
corruption.
going to go into...
No,
I wish he was
It is
here.
patently wrong. We have solved that.
All right.
Yes.
Partly wrong.
Patently, like without
it's
a
totally
doubt.
wrong.
Okay.
His
The cycle of
opening
activism
introduction
and shifting conversations. Throughout Uganda's tumultuous history, we've seen a recurring pattern of public outcry followed by a shift in conversation. Rather than substantial reform, this cycle has become so predictable, it's almost a ritual. In the 1970s, it was extrajudicial killings under Amin and Obote's regime. Many argue that Museveni's regime's extrajudicial killings are only second to the British colonialists. When Museveni took power, the focus shifted.
So it's not president to you anymore?
When President Museveni, no, it's president all the time. When President Museveni took power, the focus shifted to demands for federalism, particularly from the kingdom like Uganda. Then another one.
Read that again.
When President Museveni took power, the focus shifted to demands for federalism.
No, that's wrong.
Federalism.
Tell that man to read a book or spend some time at public square.
Please respect us here.
No,
it's false.
But that is
it is
true.
false.
How false?
When did the Kabaka crisis happen? Before Museveni or after Museveni?
After Museveni.
No,
Please.
1966.
Delete that document. Let's go back to pedagogy.
No.
I'm saying we have
No.
I'm saying
Okay.
we have limited time
We
here
have-
in this
yeah,
podcast.
but this is just
and
5 minutes.
I'm saying we can get
The
back to debating.
arguments.
No, this letter is wrong. And I'm personally,
Okay, that is wrong.
I'll agree with you. If a document on its foundation is wrong, I'm not going to waste time reviewing that house.
Okay, let's go to the limitation. This is now not getting
engaged
okay. This is now
with the history book.
I'm saying personally, it's an affront for you to expect me to consider this only as verifiable historical
That's
facts.
wrong, and I'm shifting away from this. But listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Okay.
The limitations of activism as a mode of change, right? Activism, while powerful in raising awareness, relies heavily on public mood, a fragile and inconsistent foundation for lasting change.
You're defining activism very narrowly.
As we are seeing because that is what has happened.
You guys. Okay. Here we have Dr. Katumusime. He's a fellow. He's now teaching there. His article flows in such a way that touches even on our March to Parliament thing, right? I say, let's not get dragged down into the hickey hug of this man. It is clear he has some education to do and history. So I'm saying let's avoid that.
With just one point. No. Now we are being like the people online.
Trevor, allow the man.
I'm saying
want to be part of the online junta.
But I'm saying let me make the distinction, right?
We are being like a common thing.
Let me make that distinction.
Okay.
If you have read history,
Yes.
Uganda's history, you cannot say with a straight face that the case of federalism began with
President
Museveni.
Museveni.
Okay, it does not
what
start.
I'm saying,
Even in this article, by the way, it doesn't know it starts.
No, read that sentence again where he says it.
When Museveni took power.
President Museveni.
When President Museveni took power, right? When President Museveni took power, the focus shifted to demands.
Shifted.
Focus.
I'm saying, so you expect
means that all these things are going around, but focus.
What I'm saying, you cannot expect me to take a man who says that after President Museveni took power, the focus shift to federalism. I can't take you seriously.
It's absurd, but
it's
anyway,
absurd.
Out of respect,
Yeah.
please finish the letter.
But
Annoy us a bit more.
Yes,
Give us a reason to do more civic awareness.
Continue. Exactly. Thank you. So
the guys bring
these
my
are just
wine.
examples, random.
We shall need some wine, of course.
To get through this.
In the early 2000s, Dr. Chiza Besige's campaigns highlighted the need for free and fair elections. More recently, Bobi Wine's movement emphasized the issue of aging leadership and Museveni's long-term tenure.
I warned you about
Today,
this later.
it's corruption, with Speaker Among as the latest figurehead of public discontent. Each of these issues was pressing and worthy for attention. Yet, as history shows, none were truly resolved.
History.
All right? Instead, the public conversation simply shifted, leaving behind
This article is
unrest
bad,
problems. No. Let me finish.
Okay,
it.
continue.
Yes.
Continue, sir.
So instead, the public conversation simply shifted, leaving behind unrest problems in favor of the next hot button issue. This pattern suggests that our approach to change is fundamentally flawed. The limitations of activism as a mode of change. Activism, while powerful in raising awareness, relies heavily on public mood, a fragile and inconsistent foundation of lasting change. The recent anti-corruption campaign exemplifies these weaknesses. Social media platforms like Twitter were flooded with hashtags and outrage. However, when it came to street protests, the number dwindled significantly. This is actually factual. Even more telling, when faced with arrest, many protesters quickly opted for bail rather than standing their ground and fully challenging the system. They were
Okay. That
This
we agree with.
Yes,
that
this
was our
I-
argument.
This was our argument.
I'm glad we got here. That we
Yeah,
agree
this
with.
was the argument. This disconnect between online outrage and real world action highlights a crucial flaw in modern activism. It often prioritizes the visibility and emotional appeal over sustained strategic action. While getting people angry about corruption is easy, channeling that anger into effective change is far more challenging. The utopian mindset, complaining versus problem solving. Many activists fall into what can be called a utopian mindset, fantasizing about a problem-free future without engaging in the hard work of finding solutions.
Because the hard work. Now, please allow me respond to the last.
yeah.
Is it done?
No.
Finish.
2 minutes. Yeah, let me get done. Then you both can respond. So
I'm going to respond by starting. A
get
philosopher
done
called
for you.
Guy Debord.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yes, I'm going to respond
This
from that. I'm
approach
going to use
often
two
leads to-
philosophers and allow. We have
right for
mentees
this
here.
podcast, by the way, after.
This Natif's hot button issue.
We have mentees here who have been asking us for reading materials.
This approach often leads to demands for change without a clear understanding of what that change should look like or how to implement it. In the case of corruption, consider these questions,
Okay,
right?
let me make a quick note of that, and
Yeah.
I'm going to respond.
In the case of corruption, consider these questions. How many protesters have a detailed plan for eliminating corruption from Uganda's institutions? What specific policies or reforms are being proposed beyond vague calls for ending corruptions? Are activists considering the complex role of informal payments and connections play in developing economies like Uganda? Often the answers to these questions are lacking. Many protesters seem more focused on changing who benefits corrupt practices rather than eradicating corruption itself. This is not to excuse corruption, but to highlight that solving it requires more than moral outrage. It demands practical, nuanced solutions. The complexity of governance and international relations. It's
We
easy.
agree
I'm
a lot
finishing now.
with that part of the article. True. And I'm going to tell you why.
So it's easy and often justified to blame leaders for corruption, but governance, especially in developing nations, is incredibly complex. Leaders must navigate a web of internal pressures and domestic challenges. Internal financial institutions like the IMF often offer loans with unfavorable terms. Leaders face a difficult choice.
It's all over the map.
These terms of risk.
It's too wide.
The IMF funding opposition leaders who will, right? Regional and global powers exert influence, sometimes in ways that don't align.
He
with
tries to
domestic
capture the whole of
interests.
history and the world.
Balancing ethnic and regional tensions within the country adds another layer of complexity. These factors don't excuse corruption, but illustrate why simplistic, just stop being corrupt narrative.
He's right
falls
about
short.
that.
Effective anti-corruption efforts must account for these complexities. The real issue, incompetence in leadership. And this is what the campaign should have addressed, which it did.
No.
1 minute and we are done. You guys
President
can
Museveni
go
is not an
back.
incompetent
So,
leader.
He is.
No.
He is.
No, I'm going to make
President
an
Museveni is an
argument.
incompetent
I'm going to make an argument.
Okay, but that time is going to come.
Trevor,
President
you cannot
Museveni
argue.
is an incompetent
I'll also
leader.
make my argument. Make your argument, I'll make mine.
There is that green bottle. Just put one.
Reducing it. We just
Let me
made this
finish,
argument
Tony, and
earlier.
you're noting down. You're noting
no,
down.
the thing is, mine won't be reductionist. Make
We
yours.
will even go
It is
away
a
from this
reductionist
later.
argument.
But no, say,
Trevor.
mine is not his.
The real issue, incompetence in leadership. While corruption is a significant problem, it is more accurately a symptom of a deeper issue. Incompetence in leadership. Improving service delivery and efficiency in public institutions does not necessarily require a complete government overhaul. This is something you agree with. Solutions can be
A
implemented
lot of the later
at
parts of that article, I
various
kind
levels.
of.
Some are very
Drawing
problematic,
inspiration
though.
from successful private sector models, this is something I've been trying to explain. Instead of simply complaining about long wait times these are like examples, right? So let's take them as examples. Instead of simply complaining about long wait times at government hospitals, why not study, propose an efficient patient management systems used in private hospitals? This is exactly why I posed that question to you. So rather than just bemoaning the poor state of roads, could we not
Build
organize
some
community
roads?
efforts to maintain local infrastructure
No.
as seen in some rural communities? Because this happens in my village in Karure.
But should it?
When faced with inefficient public services, why not look at how maybe banks
This is
and
victim
private
blaming.
utility companies manage customer service and propose similar models for their government offices? This is what Natif is championing. These approaches require more effort than tweeting or protesting, but they have the potential to create tangible improvements in people's lives.
I wish
The
that
end
guy
is
was
here.
here.
The end is here. But don't worry. This was given to me yesterday. We had a very complex, because as having this copy, so I probably would take his
Okay,
name, but I have
continue.
mine.
Get to the end.
The double-edged sword of NGOs and civil societies, organizations, right? While non-governmental organizations and civil organizations often position themselves as drivers of change, their role in Uganda's anti-corruption efforts is complex and sometimes counterproductive. These organizations, often funded by international donors, can inadvertently hinder genuine grassroots activism and systematic change. For example, job creations versus activism. Many NGOs offer attractive, well-paying jobs to educated Ugandans. While this provides employment, it can also create a class of professionals
This
whose
is victim
livelihoods
blaming.
depend on continued
victim
existence
blaming.
You're victim
of the
blaming.
problems they are meant to solve.
This-
But this is the
this-
reality.
this-
The person
this
who writes
letter-
this article was working for UNICEF
What I'm
and
saying,
left because of this reason.
The problem
so I
is
know
article
that.
is a smorgasbord. Like again, there are parts of
He
it
got
all the
basic-
critiques
yes, and
piled them in one letter.
it's
So
like
parts of
throwing
it are
mud
true.
on a wall and looking out for what sticks and saying, I was right all the way.
So the thing is, the article has very many points of interest. The one Natif is going to comment on, the bail thing.
But I am done. It is really done
Just
after this.
focus on the bail thing,
Conclusion?
and then we jump from it.
Yeah, I'm going to
no, the bail thing is a lot bigger than what he touched on.
pacification through professional.
No, just get to the problem
Let me
of
go to the
activism.
conclusion.
No, the problem of activism.
But you guys, let's not leave Dr. Kato Musime.
Wait. We're not.
He's waiting
This
for us
actually,
here.
yes. Go to the problem of activism.
Okay. Example. Consider a young passionate graduate hired by an anti-corruption NGO. The comfortable salary and prestige of working for an international organization might discourage them from making more controversial or risky actions that could truly challenge the status
And
quo.
for us, we're swinging for the fences at public square. We don't care.
The NGOization of activism. This phenomenon turns activism into a career rather than a cause. It can lead to a focus on donor-pleasing reports and workshops.
You're
rather
in the
than
conclusion.
grassroots. Yeah.
No, I want you to go back to the problem of activism, like
So-
about pointing out the problem and all that stuff, what you were talking about, tweeting and whatever. Is that paragraph you read?
While corruption is a significant problem, it's more accurately a symptom of a deeper issue. Incompetence in leadership, improving service delivery, and efficiency in public institutions doesn't necessarily require a complete government hold. Solutions can be implemented at various levels, drawing inspiration from successful private sector models. That tweeting thing, I think.
But
Let me just go to the conclusion. Uganda's fight, and I'm even skipping things just to conclude so that you give me your feedback, and I assure you that I think this article really sums up what has happened with March to Parliament.
Because it's talking about everything.
yes, this article can talk about anything in Uganda from colonialism up
Okay.
to
So
future.
conclusion, then we take a break because the producer is telling me we take a break. He wants to change something on the camera. Uganda's fight against corruption requires more than passionate activism and social media campaigns. It demands a fundamental shift in approach, which I totally agree with. 1, from complaining to problem solving. 2, from utopian thinking to practical action. 3, from short-lived outrage to sustained strategic efforts.
Yeah.
True, change will come not from those who shout the loudest about corruption, but from those who roll up their sleeves and work on implementing
We agree
solutions
with
to
that.
improve.
Well, we agree on that.
As citizens, we must ask ourselves,
And the
are we
work is
content?
going to be dirty.
Yeah. What do you mean dirty?
Give him an example of the sewer thing we're talking about.
I mean,
Let's take a break.
I mean,
and
that's
we
a,
come back.
that's a bit extreme, bro. But anyway.
No, you need to give it to them. You were reading your friends, colleagues' critique.
Sorry, we roasted them in the beginning.
Sorry, we roasted him.
But then you agree, which is
and
fine.
we advised him to get a book, to read a book about
history.
Ugandan history, so that he stops.
But his heart, their heart is in the right place.
Yeah, their heart is in the right place. Their knowledge is a bit suspect. The arguments are clear, but he had a passage about what he considers to be the challenge with activism now.
True.
And how that ultimately is failing the general progress of reform. I would want you to just merely read for me that section where he addresses activism and where we're failing. Of course, we have to be cognizant of the fact that the underlying text for this discussion is the pedagogy of the oppressed.
Yeah.
And we will ultimately get there in answering some of his questions. But as you read, I quickly went to some of my favorite philosophers, and I want to answer from that position. And unfortunately, give people more reading material. Because our job here at Public Square isn't just to drive outrage, which we have done a very good job of, I think, together with our other comrades.
Yeah.
But it's not enough for you to get people angry about corruption. And
How do you channel that anger?
yes, now that's what we want to get
Yeah.
to. We are seeing a clear knowledge gap, and they are going to give us grief for saying this. But if our people built up their knowledge arsenal, they would have a better fighting chance. We shall move from superficial fights that are about playing to the gallery and getting likes and retweets and maintaining certain decorum that allows you to stay on top of the quote-unquote activist game.
Yeah.
We will get to a deeper discussion of the problems we are facing and how to solve them. And quite frankly, I believe that problem solving is what we lack.
And this is exactly what
we
this
do not
article
lack
states.
outrage farmers.
True.
There's a lot of those.
I entirely agree with that.
And we are happy now to actually take their vitriol, because it's only a matter of time that vitriol will switch to another person, and it's a vicious cycle of outrage without solutions. And that's life. It's how we work. So I would like to ask you to reread those sections, and
All
then
right.
I will give you just two references in philosophy, and then we'll move to Trevor, and he'll talk about his sewers. And
So the limitations of activism as a mode of change.
yes,
Activism, while powerful in raising awareness, relies heavily on public mood, a fragile and inconsistent foundation for lasting change. The recent anti-corruption campaign exemplifies this weakness. Social media platforms like Twitter were flooded with hashtags and outrage. However, when it came to street protests, the number dwindled significantly. Even more telling, when faced with arrests, many protesters quickly opted for bail rather than standing their ground and fully challenging the system they were protesting against. This disconnect between online outrage and real-world action highlights a crucial flaw in modern activism. It often prioritizes visibility and emotional appeal over sustained strategic action. While getting people angry about corruption is easy, channeling that anger into effective change is far more challenging. The utopian mindset, complaining versus problem solving. Many activists fall into what can be called as a utopian mindset, fantasizing about a problem-free future without engaging in the hard work of finding solutions. This approach often leads to demands for change without a clear understanding of what that change should look like or how to implement it. In this case of corruption, consider these questions. How many protesters have a detailed plan for eliminating corruption from Uganda's institution? What specific policies or reforms are being proposed beyond vague calls for ending corruption, quote unquote? Are activists considering the complex role that informal payments and connections play in a developing economy like Uganda? Often, the answers to these questions are lacking. Many protesters seem more focused on changing who benefits from corrupt practices rather than eradicating corruption itself. This is not an excuse. This is not to excuse corruption, but to highlight that solving it requires more than moral outrage. It demands practical, nuanced solutions.
good. Now, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. I know this is Trevor's favorite book. So I'll pander to him because this is his podcast, and I will speak about that a bit. A lot of these people who are fighting, quote unquote, against oppression fancy themselves as the new ranch owners. They are not necessarily fighting to free the slaves. They are fighting to be in charge of the slaves. So addressing the systemic issues that underpin slavery is very difficult work when all you can say is you own the slaves, therefore, and you've owned them for 38, 40 years, it's our turn now. It's how they will excuse slave owner practices in their own community. You will call out, say, NUP on misuse of public funds, and the next step will be our oppressor is President Museveni. An NUP leader literally met me at Buganda Road, and he told me something that I found really bizarre, and he repeated it on my TL.
Yeah.
Where he said, "Bro, we agreed not to talk about these things. I won't tell you who that is." But he literally said that, and I shared it on our group. Let me quickly find that quote. Let me find that quote. Let me find it. And you see that it ties in very well with what that book says. Quickly, I'm finding it.
Take your time. This is a podcast.
I agree. He has all the time he needs in the world.
Guys, you will excuse me. Trevor, you can. Okay, yeah, here. This is how I reported it to my friends in public square. One of the NUP lawyers told me at court yesterday that our common enemy is Museveni. Why don't you be like your other friends and focus your guns on him? NUP will correct their internal mistakes when we get into power.
That's Delulu.
He came to my TL the next day and said, just like we discussed yesterday at court, I think it's not the right time for such discussions. Now, what that tells me is that this is a person who fancies himself as the owner of the ranch right after the current owner takes over. Okay? The interest is not to reform the process and abolish slavery completely. It's to switch the guard that is in charge of management of exploitative labor. Now, for us, and this has been our fundamental drive, that will call out slavery, whether it exists within the owners of the ranch or within the wannabe drivers of the ranch or owners of the ranch, the new ones. Now, the reason I made you to reread that phrase, that section in your friend's article, because I have one of my favorite philosophers is Guy Debord. Yes.
Guy Debord.
Yeah, it's he's French, so it's Guy Debord. Some of his works, like the Society of the Spectacle, I refer to it a lot. When you brought up that section, I quickly remembered, and I made some notes. We live in a society where the illusion has become more fundamental to our everyday social life than the truth about life.
Also.
I'm building up. appearance really is the essence. Essentially, illusion has become more sacred, or sacred, depending on your pronunciation. And the truth has become profane. The highest degree of illusion is now becoming the highest degree of sacredness.
I want to quote you so that I can respond very well.
Now, we have a situation, and we at Public Square have been called by our colleagues, our comrades, just Twitter addicts previously until we started doing proper work. But I digress. You have a situation where people are more interested in the spectacle of fighting corruption than they really are in fighting corruption, because the actual work of fighting corruption involves so much compromise, it would make them look dirty. You have people who are high on adrenaline hits and on dopamine hits, and they are in a theater. They are putting on a performance. To them, they do not want to upset their quote-unquote followers. These are the people who give them the likes, who give them the retweets, who will say, "Awo kubienyo, commander." So they become high on that positive reinforcement system in physiology. Medics and all that physiologists will know this. Yeah. You serve red meat, you get cheered. You serve more red meat, you get cheered. You get someone counting likes, retweets, and all that stuff, and they think they're doing something. So the tail is now wagging the dog. And it's really unfortunate. We are held captive by an audience that just needs more outrage. We are outrage farming. People do not look for nuance in statements. They look for points of outrage. They reduce 5 pages of a statement into 2 words: quasi-militancy. How dare call all of us protesters quasi-militant?
But isn't that quasi-militant in itself?
Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry to have said that.
So, you're like, no, actually engage with the material. Mm-hmm. If you haven't engaged with the material, then you rob yourself of the next stage of engaging with deeper material that then is going to center you. You will have newbies who have been sharing thirst traps coming in and collecting money. We need sureties. If you looked at today's court proceedings, no, honestly, no. I'm not naming names. Okay. You'll have newbies who couldn't even bring themselves to share anything to do with March to Parliament. But because it's the cool thing now, it's where the eyeballs are. They will muscle out the people who actually conceived this idea. And they will call them, I'm not referring to ourselves.
Yeah, I've
seen how they will call them traitors.
You have seen that tweet.
Yes, they will call them traitors. Because in this current moment, it's popular and cool to be an anti-corruption. We don't care about ANITA AMONG. Everyone who talks to those people is an enemy kind of thing.
But still just outrage, really.
Yes, it's outrage farming. It's what fuels the machine. Tomorrow there will be another interesting thing.
But you guys.
And Trevor. And the problem will be staring at us.
Okay.
Okay?
I thought it was my podcast. I know.
No.
I was just messing with you.
Okay, let's go. Tony, let's go. We can go 6 hours. You're going to have all your time, Trevor. I have the time.
Go ahead, Tony.
Now, here comes a guy actually for more than a year has been saying Uganda's problem is corruption and how to deal with this. This is going to be our Achilles heel. It is also going to make us or break us. You go to that person's TL and you Google corruption, and they've been talking corruption for most of the part. They have gone out and investigated corruption in government and put it out there. And they've said, no, our problem, the solution is not in bringing a guillotine for the people who are currently corrupt, because that is a band-aid approach.
And also that it's complex how they end up here.
And it's complex how they end up here. You haven't informed yourself of that. It's not that we are defending them. We do not like corruption. We've got death threats from the very people.
That's what your friend said. It's complex.
Yes.
How will they get to that position of being corrupt?
If you don't engage with that, then you will not have a lasting solution. You will go and scream into the empty void and feel like you've done your part in fighting corruption. You'll go and free 100 comrades and feel like I am the best at fighting corruption. The problem will still be the same. ANITA AMONG, Honorable ANITA AMONG will still be speaker. Now, there's something that Isaac said. When we refer to Isaac, we're talking about Isaac Semakade. We had a conversation here at the public square that went past 2 a.m. He said something that is still from that book and other articles that we've engaged with. He said, when a dictatorship passes a certain threshold, the whole state becomes a safe corridor. You have to negotiate it. You understand? And he said another thing. He said a dictatorship is beaten through waves of defiance, not one permanent wave. What I was referring to in that thing that got everyone outraged. He said you need repeated waves of defiance. We went to journalism and kind of tried to tease apart, because these days every citizen is a journalist. They have a smartphone, they will put out stuff.
And they have social media.
Yeah, and they have social media. They will put out stuff that will have more reach than what the Daily Monitor and the New Vision and any TV station will put out. So that's a good thing. But the entire practice of journalism, as we've known it, is a safe corridor. These people flirt between security forces, government, and citizens. And no one calls them traitors.
Oh,
You understand that?
I like this.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
But our
It's quite
people
visible now,
have
that's-
not engaged at that level, and it's fine. They are
But
out.
also there's a simple explanation. Public Square and other organizations I want to mention were in the Parliament exhibition, right?
Sure.
And
From
that-
Porthole
I'm
exhibition,
saying,
really. Yeah.
But this exhibition we are sharing was termed as sensitive government information, right? So there was a channel of communication from inside the workings of the government to them, right? Why do we assume that channel only works one way?
Yeah, that me in government, I will be so interested in you fighting corruption in the very institution that I work that I'll give you all the information you need without me getting anything back.
But also, not even that. I mean,
So that is the question.
But I mean-
what was
what I mean,
the
it's a
parliament
It's a
getting
tap
back?
dance.
but I'm saying
But
even
let
during
him
this whole
continue.
safe corridor debate, people ask one fundamental question: who are you that the government would reach out to you to organize this, right?
Sure.
That's the fundamental question, the
It's
legitimacy.
an important question.
But then the answer is simple. So when you saw all the documents that we are putting out there, what did that signify? That we had a line of communication
With government.
elements
In
inside
gov-
government.
yeah.
All institutions that put out.
So I have someone who gave me an explanation.
Like
to it.
it comes from somewhere.
So this person, because of course they singled you out.
Of course.
Uh,
It's me, they called.
yeah, they singled him out. They were like, the man has attained success by obtaining government contract.
What government contracts?
I challenge people to bring
Aye.
out a single, and even today, I challenge anyone.
Yeah, so that was the argument. Was like, it's really, it's a tap dance, like Tony likes to
Yeah.
refer to it. where everyone has to benefit. But here is the opportunity. So what was government getting back by sharing that information? What was government getting back from Public Square?
Now, I'll tell you. There's a reason Public Square has been breaking a lot of corruption scandals.
Commendable, by the way. Like,
No. To other people,
me,
we
it's
are
commendable.
dealers.
No.
To some
To me, it's
people,
commendable.
We are all manner of names that we've never called them.
Don't cry so
While
much,
they, I'm not crying, but
Not really. To me, the economist I was telling you about, that was telling me about now how the parliament draws directly from BOU after Public Square outed the personal thing, commended the fact that Public Square was in position to bring that to the light. Because that, even to the oppressors themselves, was something really, really ineffective to them. They didn't like that. They didn't like the fact that personal accounts were getting that huge amounts of money.
no, yeah, but the whole point I'm getting at is solving this problem, and Trevor will get into it. I want him to get into the sewer system and tell you in very colorful terms what it is we are facing now.
It's a very ugly analogy.
Yes, and it's fine. I will close by referring you to one of the more modern philosophers. I find a lot of answers in philosophy. I wrote this quickly down. I want to encourage your viewers to engage with the works of Martha Nussbaum. There's that work called The Monarchy of Fear. And when you read that work, you really understand why our people are boxed into a false dichotomy. That I am for the struggle, therefore I can't talk to the other side. If you talk to the other side, you're a sellout. But the solutions we always want exist in gray areas.
You say she's Moza?
Martha
Martha,
Nussbaum.
sorry.
Martha Nussbaum. Nussbaum. I think I got the spelling right.
First, repeat the spelling for me.
Nussbaum. Martha Nussbaum.
A-U-N. Okay.
M.
Okay. M, eh? All right.
Yeah. She says we have to will ourselves every day to have the hope necessary to give the democratic process a chance. That's in her works, The Monarchy of Fear.
How do you feel about that with the current situation of
Of taking a lot of poop from the public?
And also just being, the USA being maybe the biggest democracy, but facing whatever it's facing.
The biggest democracy?
I mean,
Why do you say these things, you
they
man?
introduce it.
Please, please don't get Trevor started.
Please, you guys.
But isn't it?
Please, be serious. What's the difference? Democrat or Republican? What's the difference?
Yeah. So on Trevor, after this section, you're going to run with this
please.
podcast. So our biggest problem is that the work that it takes to try and get us to the next step is not cool. It's dirty. It involves compromise. And that doesn't play well with a receptive audience that is engaging with parliamentary exhibition and with the state from a point of anger. So it has clearly drawn a line and said, you are the oppressor, we are the oppressed, and the solution is going to be found in us replacing you.
Which
historically has never worked.
I agree.
But they also have people whose street cred depends on outrage farming. They will feed them red meat. This is bad. This is against us. They will not speak up on the ills in that community of the oppressed. And that's absurd. So now where we exist is where we say we've been part of the people, not to take away credit from our comrades, who have tried as much as possible to get into the underbelly of this machine and show you the trash that exists. But we are also telling you that the solution is not to throw out the baby with the bathwater. The solution is in compromise. Now,
And conviction.
I mean, we argue from conviction, and you will call us whatever you want until you can prove. Like when you told me about your friend who said, this man benefited from so many government contracts. I think it was last week. I challenged you to get him to bring you one.
I am yet to get to them.
Yeah.
But
I
I
challenged
will
you
give
to
you
bring me one.
True.
Or I've challenged you to show me one instance, mobile money transfer, whatever, over the years, where the state has paid me outside hard to reach to get medicine. And I said,
Which is no problem in my.
which is, yeah. And I said,
it's medicine. Everyone
yeah.
has to stay
And I
alive.
said, the only contracts we ever got were when Bank of Uganda wanted a product that they had failed to find in the East African region. Then they would come to Guardian, and I would gladly find it like in a week, give it to them, and move on with my life. Okay? And sometimes security forces. But those were very few instances. So it's like, find me a government contract that Guardian fulfilled that could inform my politics of compromise today. I am still waiting. Another guy came and said, you robbed the Cancer Institute, used to take medicine money, until I told him...
minus the rumors, right?
No, until I told him, okay, actually when you go back and check, the money went to national medical stores. He didn't come back, because a lot of these people, the same way they will say, the Agora boss has 4 kids from 4 baby daddies. And you're like, this is bogus. It is bogus. You don't have to discredit someone's opinion by referring to their sex life and exaggerating it and somehow slut-shaming them. That's not how you're going to build your way out of a corrupt system. That's not how you're going to build a functional society. We shall come out and push back against that. It is very reductionist. It gets the problem into some sort of easy thing. But you asked me about this bail issue. Cashless bail. And in that conversation I had with Isaac, again, Semakade, he teaches us a lot of things here. And we always refer to him because that man
has an eidetic memory of the whole constitution.
Beyond that.
Okay. And he believes in content for antiquity. Really.
Beyond that, I mean, we have computers for that.
Okay.
But
I mean, AI here.
What an AI. What Isaac has, he has redefined activism within the framework of the state. How do you fight back within the framework? A lot of the oppressive rules people think they are fighting today, he gave the precedents. He helped put in place the precedents that actually they will rely on to fight back.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, a lot of us will not pay him much mind because when he speaks, he offends our sensitivities.
Like Castella Nyanzi,
He does not speak to us in a way that we want to be spoken to.
He's radical.
We are shrinking violets. He is not going to pay attention to our feelings. Because if we come into this battleground and we say we are fighting an oppressive machine, language of co-oppressed people shouldn't offend us. Anyway, this idea of
That's interesting. Language, of course. Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. People should learn that from me.
This idea of... He told me something that in our conversations, he said, speech offenses must be non-custodial. And if our lawyers, including Law Society, which I have to give credit to for, they've showed up in courts of law and they fought back, and he will look at that as performative and in a certain way.
Truly, I look at it as, and no disrespect to Bernard, I even have him on the podcast this week, but
no,
I look at it as performative.
As you know, I've given that man...
But let's give him his flowers.
Yes, I've given the man so much grief, and I cannot be the same guy who is attacking him for standing up. He has been in courts, he has spoken up, he has defended the people. But at the foundation of that, a non-lawyer shouldn't come out like me or people in public sphere shouldn't come out and say, it is wrong for the justice system to charge people whose only crime is to obey the Constitution as spelled out in Article 17, that gives the citizen the responsibility to fight corruption. The same Constitution tells you that you have a right to protest. You have a right to stand up and say no. So if I'm jailed because I've stood up and said no to corruption, you, the justice system, you're the justice system, you're a judge because you get your powers from the Constitution of this republic. You can't then use that Constitution and say, my freedom has to be bought, albeit temporarily, by me giving you 5 million shillings, as happened in the Burora matter. 1 million shillings has happened to this lady who has gotten outside Parliament for merely putting up a sign saying, Speaker ANITA AMONG should resign.
And 600K for Beol, Pfizer, and Edgar.
Yes. No, it was 200.
Yes, so 600.
Yes. So you're like, if we acquiesce to that, we are essentially putting a price on free speech. Next time I am going to the streets, I need to make sure I have 5 million shillings for my bail. Or my people can collect 5 million shillings for my bail before I go to protest. Now, this is the issue that guy who wrote in the Daily Monitor, what's his name?
Dr. Jacob Katumusime.
Dr. Jacob Katumusime was referring to, but didn't quite go into, that the elite and the Chikubo guy are in a very different anti-corruption fight. Okay? You will go to entire villages and say, your peers, can they put up 5 million shillings in cash bail? If you ask yourself that question and you're referring to villagers in Kamaliba, can they put up a 5 million shilling cash bail? Do you know what the answer will be? No. Yeah. These are the same people who give up their votes because someone has given them salt, soap, and sugar. Now, if we allow the judiciary, because our friends are in jail, and we are saying we are going to the streets because someone is defying our constitutional rights to protest, perhaps, if you're going to take that argument to its rightful conclusion, speak to the judicial system and tell them we are not willing to pay that bail even when we can collect it. Because by us putting up 5 million per protester who comes out, we are telling the people in Kamaliba, where the entire village can't put up 5 million to save a life, that they do not have a voice. No one knows them on social media.
Yeah.
So if they are subjected in the interest of justice to the same principles that our fairly well-heeled friends are subjected to, they will rot in jail. That's why when the elite went to jail, the people who cooked for them were people who were arrested 3 years ago, 2 years ago, for similar offenses. They don't have the visibility that can compel the state to actually make these bargains for them.
They don't have the visibility that can say, I can talk to General XYZ, even when I'm opposing the government. The General will say, I drink whiskey with Natif. Or I drink wine with Trevor. While that man has gone to jail for speaking up, he didn't say anything I don't believe. I just happen to be in power. So can we be a bit flexible? Those people do not have that approach, that benefit. But they are suffering under the same machine. So if we are raging against the machine, we should be able to engage to that level. That are we bargaining with this justice system for only ourselves who can afford to put up 1 million shillings in bail money? What of someone in Wunangabo who says, I feel like Speaker Among should resign? And they are taken to a court in Manafa.
Bail given to the MPs? 50 million.
Yeah, 50 million. What happens? So if they give that person the same bail conditions...
Right?
I think it was for corruption.
Those guys deserve it.
No.
No, it challenges the narrative.
You see, Trevor, if we are going to...
What MPs?
It was given to that MP of... I forget.
What did he say? It depends what he did. Was he protesting against anti-corruption?
No, Trevor, at the end of the day, you can't pick and choose.
Yes.
Guys, if we are going to fight for constitutional order, we can't pick and choose who the constitution applies to.
The Christians who pick what they
No,
want.
I agree with you that victims of conscience should not be subjected to cash bail, right?
Yes, I get that.
But guys, if you're caught in corruption controversies, and the evidence is damning, yes, you have the liberty to if they bail you 50 million, it's okay.
No, Trevor, okay. again, you see, these are the he's cheering, but these are the same discussions that I like to have in public square. I can disagree with Trevor, but he's forgetting one thing: the presumption of innocence is rooted
this is what,
in
by the way, the speaker had quoted.
The presumption of innocence is rooted in the Constitution. You understand?
Yeah.
So we cannot argue that the Constitution should be enforced for people we agree with ideologically, and then thrown aside for people we do not agree with.
But Natif, let me interject here, because the court in itself, the bail procedure is upon the judge's discretion. Right? But the judiciary had used that discretion in ways that a priori go against the freedom of the people who have been put there. And that's the thing we are challenging. To say, for guys who are caught in such crimes, such as self-expression, within the Constitution, there's a lot of wiggle room for them to have been right. So there's no way you should charge them cash for being in bail. When it comes to anti-corruption, Mawanda, the cooperatives' money, we have good reason.
We haven't taken the argument.
For you to be in that dock. That's why I say, I'm not saying, I'm taking that, I'm clarifying.
We have a decision.
If you are caught in anti-corruption and they put your bail at such a cash level that it will hurt you, for me, I say it is okay.
Because you're throwing away the presumption of innocence.
You'll get the money back.
But that is not a hill I want to die on.
Okay.
I want to concentrate on speech. Again, I need to refer to Isaac and thank him for his education. There's a decision of the African Court of Human Rights, Konaté versus Burkina Faso. You can check the site of, I think, Columbia, the university, it has this decision. That decision touches on the fact that speech offenses should be non-custodial. Okay? And we've had people, our judges, we've had all politicians and whatever, participate in judicial reform commissions and all manner of commissions aimed at fixing injustices in society. Okay? You have the Law Reform Committee, all those sat.
Yeah.
And they didn't pay mind to this decision. Okay? There's nothing that civil law can't solve with speech offenses. The criminal justice system should not be there. If I say that kill all Bagisu, it's speech, hateful speech. A punishment that says, you go for 6 months and announce on radio every Saturday that it is wrong to kill all Bagisu just because they are Bagisu. That is a bigger punishment for you than charging you money, than jailing you. I want people to engage with that. Okay?
Wait, what's the punishment here?
The punishment is you go and undo your speech.
Okay.
Go and shout on Kampala Road that it is wrong to kill Bagisu. So there's nothing that civil law cannot solve with speech. And every time you put a cash bail on speech, you're putting a price on speech which should be unconstitutional. The price of speech should not be money.
It should be speech.
Yeah. And the solution to offensive speech should be more speech.
That rectifies the offense?
Yeah. Let people contest their differences in the marketplace of ideas. And ultimately, they will come to a solution that works for all of them. Allow that.
Yeah.
So for me, when I pushed for I wrote that post not to say, oh, don't free people. Don't pay money.
Yeah.
But because we exist in a society that is driven by the outrage machine, you have a bunch of people who
what
say...
was weird was, when Dr. Kabumba said on that Twitter space, people jumped at it with glee.
Dr. Kabumba, who actually opposed that post.
And then I'm thinking, what was the difference in delivery?
People wished they were in my situation because I supported that post. I came out my own thread, really. I was like, if we really personalize this, it's
gone.
Because people are looking for a hero that they can celebrate within their dopamine infested speeches. Spaces.
Yeah.
Everyone is excited for the next dopamine hit. This time it was my good friend and someone I admire, my former captain in Amiango, Professor Kabumba.
I want you to do the summary of Konaté before you go ahead. It's quite interesting.
Just a moment.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and I want you to read that decision of the Africa. Yes, a summary. So, this annoying guy that now we don't like because he has reminded us, he has put a mirror before us and reminded us of our privilege. That by us accepting to collect millions of shillings to hand to the state, we are basically counting out the people in Bunangabo, the people in Kamaliba, the people in Chanamkaka, and all those places who can't put together 1 million shillings to save the head of their community. That is the spirit of that pushback. I'm putting a mirror before them and reminding them of their privilege. We all never want that.
Yeah.
In a space where we are addicted to applause. So now, I am also hoping that this community that abused Besigye, remember NUP abused Besigye and called him a traitor and called him all sorts of names. This man has been arrested for his political
Let me give you
decisions.
a very interesting fact about the abuse.
He has been more jailed.
Guys, do you want me to read Konaté before you go?
No, but just an interesting fact. It's funny.
It's really good.
So Dr. Zedrika, the vice president of NUP, is on my podcast calling Besigye trash.
For real?
Yeah. At some point, it almost cost her job.
You should play it back.
Yeah, I have a short clip of it. Then I recorded this from Bellwether way back when this podcast was coming up. But it was trouble for her. But then in actual explaining, it was out of love of the activism. And this is where we all lose the cause. People forget that. So she lost the cause in the
We mistake
process.
activism for the applause that we get daily when we post something.
When you give me a chance, I'll show what
Yeah.
Freire says.
Yeah. So people got out of jail. They shouldn't have been jailed for what they did. But people got out of jail, and it has been a constant pity party. And this is going to offend a few people, unfortunately. But you go back. One said, he moved from court, he was standing in the dock. I went from court to Luzira on a wheelchair. On a stretcher. The Daily Monitor ran that story. I'm like, but I can go back to your court appearance, and you were standing and being supported by your friends, and somehow after court, unless you're saying they beat you, that's when it's on today's Daily Monitor that I went to Luzira.
I found it here.
It's on today's Daily Monitor. I went to Luzira on a stretcher or a wheelchair. I don't know. Yeah. You can pass me the paper. But I'm like, you're assuming that we can't go back and actually review this. But those same people come from a party that abused Besigye, the most imprisoned politician in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I am not seeing anyone coming back and saying, man, I respect you. The same Besigye stood up and said, you know what? The 30 million shilling bail you're giving me is too much, because it keeps other people away from speaking up. Unfortunately, instead of his lawyer, Mayor Lukwago, challenging that because the Magistrates Act allows you to challenge a bail terms.
So in this case, would have actually opted for that.
Yes,
as well.
He took a longer route and went to the High Court and put it there, and it took months and whatever. It was reduced. I think the man was tired of being in jail and he left.
Don't blame Lukwago for the lawfare.
Yeah, he played lawfare. He played the state's game.
The state initiates lawfare.
Yes, and we play into it.
And they trap us within it.
Yes, and that is the trap we are in. And we are telling people, you're playing in the safe corridor of the state, and it is not giving you enough space. Okay. So come back and challenge the boundaries that the state has given you. If you're indeed committed to your cause, and before this match you said, I have put all my affairs in order, I'm ready to die. So if you're in jail for 2 days for challenging the constitutional order as it is interpreted by a brutal state, 2 days in jail shouldn't get you to divorce that. Let's not take agency away from these people. Talk to them. Who of those people talk to them and say, do you want to pay the state for your freedom? Do you want to put a price on your speech? No one did that. But taken to its logical conclusion, that is it. It doesn't matter that you're giving back the money. The state will give back the money if this case terminates. But I want you to watch how many of these cases are going to terminate. The same way Public Square stood and defended Musana against popular sentiment. Musana is in court today and the state is saying it's still investigating.
Yeah.
But 4 months of his life, or whatever that was curtailed through a tap dance called bail. That is what Trevor is calling lawfare. The public played into that. Bamusibe. Ovumotya kabaka. But now the state is coming back and saying, we don't have evidence, we are investigating. This is the problem.
I'm saying, guys, let's insert Konaté here.
Now, please insert Konaté.
Konaté is very interesting. I've got his summary here. This is the first time I'm seeing it.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome. And thank you, Isaac. These are the 2 a.m. conversations we have with Isaac.
The African Court on Human and People's Rights ruled on December 5th,
2014. Yes.
That the imprisonment of Lohe Issa Konaté, a journalist and editor of the Luangwan newspaper, for defamation, contempt, and insult violated his right to freedom of expression. The court found that the custodial sentences imposed by the Burkinabe courts were disproportionate to the aim pursued and violated Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights.
And we are bound by the African Charter.
Article 19 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights under Article 662C of the revised ECOWAS Treaty. The court ordered the respondent state of Burkina Faso to amend its legislation on defamation by repealing custodial sentences for acts of defamation and adapting its legislation to ensure that other sanctions for defamation meet the test of necessity and proportionality.
Yes, proportionality. Yes.
In accordance with these obligations under the Charter and other international instruments. The court also ruled that the Burkina Faso should report back to the court within 2 years on the measures taken to implement these orders. the court further ordered that the applicant to submit a brief on reparation of his speech within 30 days and directed the respondent state to file.
Doing this thing is like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just slightly. And ordered and directed the respondent state, Burkina Faso, to file a response within 30 days after receiving the applicant's brief. Finally, the court stated that each party should bear its own costs.
Now, when you read that, why should we coddle the justice system and allow that it should jail prisoners of conscience?
Now, I want you to stop there. When I come back from the bathroom break, this man, Katumsime, will help us answer that in concert with Freire. You have hit the nail on the head. You leave us on a very important point.
Yes.
And the point you leave us on is on a lack of a good praxis.
Exactly.
Our legal
akagambo bakategedde ne
bakamanyi
ekikulu ono omusajja oluzungu ayogera but it's his podcast
na wasijja babimanyi bakimanyi
tubitegeera.
After seeing Konaté and seeing how far ahead they are thinking on making sure that democracy comes out on top.
Do you think the people who are calling us dealers and sellouts have actually read Konaté?
We are going to
But
get there.
let's educate them.
Yes. So and we now know what it is.
Yes.
And we saw the level they are at as they fight for.
And that is what informed our decision to actually come out with the non-cash bail thing that no one will credit Public Square for.
Now
For
they
me,
will.
by the way,
and that's
I'll
a
tell you
shame.
this,
But
I came up with my
when they see this,
cash bail argument.
Now they will.
Independently, because I didn't see.
Yeah,
when they
we
see
don't
this-
care. We don't care. We don't do this for credit.
Okay, but yes.
True.
So, but the thing that has been exposed is a lack. And again, guys, I want to take us back to Dr. Katumusime. Let's give him my attention.
Pull
Maiza,
the Konaté thing and then get into Dr. Katumusime, then get into the pedagogy of the oppressed.
yes, I'm going to talk Katumusime about the pedagogy. You have gone through Konaté and we've already read it. We see how visionary it is to say that, okay, man,
First, read it again.
This is 2014.
let me read the most important part of it.
All right.
The court ordered the respondent state of Burkina Faso to amend its legislation on defamation by repealing custodial sentences for acts of defamation and adapting its legislation to ensure that other sanctions for defamation meet the test of necessity and proportionality in accordance with its obligations under the Charter and other international instruments.
Thank you, Isaac.
I think that's a very important distinction. And now his actual sentence is what they tell him to state to. The court ordered the applicant submit a brief on reparation of that defamation.
Yeah.
To say that Keron defame you, the punishment is to be to reparation for that defamation. If I was on TikTok and said, like Uncle Mo, say that people got paid bribes for their protest, and Mitch, and I'm so happy for Mitch, didn't let it die, then come and apologize. Then when you apologize, it's enough. Even for a thing like a state. So we don't jail you for that because we know that words can take away words.
Yes.
Exactly.
So it's very good.
Yes.
But anyway, we are just discussing this because we lack that praxis here. That even guys who have the tools, have the training and the legal knowledge to be in these conversations are not at this level yet. And there are very many reasons for that. And that's why you
It's
go
a
back.
shame.
That's why you go back to Dr. Katumusime.
Okay.
And I'm only going to read his final statement, his concluding statement. We read it again, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing. And his concluding statement is Uganda's political activists need to organize more and produce a sense of ideological unit, at least first, on what freedom means for the Ugandan context. Let's go back to Freire. And Freire says here, every revolution which transforms a concrete situation of oppression by establishing a process of liberation must confront this phenomenon. Many of the oppressed who directly or indirectly participate in revolution intend, conditioned by the myth of the old order, to make it their own private revolution. The shadow of their former oppressor is still cast over them.
I see.
The fear of freedom which afflicts the oppressed, and here I read the footnote. This fear of freedom is also found in the oppressors, though obviously in a different form. The oppressed are afraid to embrace freedom. The oppressors are afraid of losing the freedom to oppress. That's what I want to stop there and say, all the soldiers who beat people are within this conundrum.
Yes.
You can count on them to beat you. Not because it's a special function of the state, but this is the kind of subject they are.
So if we come out,
And you first wait. You had your time.
Okay.
So it's not.
I like that.
It's easy. We have to accept this as a concrete reality. From the time of colonialism, when the police was first set up, to 2024, the police does the same thing. They make sure that you are malleable and rulable by the people in power by all means possible. And
Why? Why?
This is how they are formed as subjects to do this.
Okay.
Subject formation.
But
Even
in
their-
Kenya, it's different.
No.
it's not.
Okay, tell us how.
I do have personal friends in the army of Kenya. So in the Kenya, it's about the people. The army really joins the people.
How many people died in the Kenyan protest?
242.
Thank you very much.
Who killed these people?
Police or maybe what, but we saw the army.
Thank you.
Please, stop.
Actively.
What I'm saying-
No, but we saw the army coactively joining
But also-
the people and defending and enabling them, which we never see here.
But the thing is,
enabling them to
how
protest.
did they defend
That
them?
is different.
Do you know do you know how many 247 people are? 247 people. What did they defend
First
them
of all,
from?
I saw that number from a junior blog. So
It was
I can't
NTV reported this.
Okay.
Nation Media reported this. This is not a small blog. People have died.
agreeable. People have died. The president
There have been
on the space
massacres.
was not sure that people have died.
There was a 5-year-old. There was a 5-year-old with over 10 bullets falling in his body.
At least there's
Please.
evidence that the army supported
the army
people
was
in
only
the protest.
stopped. The army was only
At some point,
no. The army was only stopped
was
by
merely
constitutional
stopped
processes.
by constitutional processes.
Constitutional processes, procedural democracy, which you don't have here because of a 30-year-old dictatorship.
Here
But-
we had
but
Trevor. Just a second. Let me just get in a
okay.
Here, and what's unfortunate in this country is that we are telling our people get onto the streets. We are retweeting posters. We're what? It's important that people protest, and we are not against that. But they also need to understand the conditions under which they are protesting, understand the risk. Now, we guys from business world, you asked how it can enrich the public policy space. We understand risks.
And this
You
risk
mess
is
up
not
to
just present. It's important to make a distinction, like we saw in Freire, that this risk is historical.
Yes.
From Bataka Federation, from Bataka movement, up to today.
Guys, this
we are
is
facing the
Lugard's
same
police.
risk.
The
We're facing
Uganda
same
police
risk.
is Lugard's police.
So, flashback. Last week, I had a conversation with the Kasita boss. He was telling me how he wants, they're going to really front the business community to bring their members of parliament, right? But he forgets that, really, democracy works with, it's a game of numbers. Whether or not the Kasita bring their
Anyway,
numbers or not,
guys,
it won't be
we digress, but let me finish this
But yeah,
paragraph.
please finish.
The fear of freedom, which I've showed you how it affects the oppressed and the oppressors. And even we have seen that even in their own personal lives, they move this own conflict, this whole thing of violent control into the fore. And I'll volunteer my own personal experience.
Okay.
Because people may ask why I commit to this thing. I have personal experience in my own family. My uncle is a soldier. I won't mention his name. He's not even at a high rank. I don't think he has gone beyond private. And there was a conflict over land. So he's my uncle, so he's the brother to my father. And the way he resolved this was him telling my father that if you and your wife don't leave this house, I will behead her. He said this to my mom, and she's never really healed from it. So we know that the kind of terror we see on the streets is not only confined to the state's own activities, but even to a huge number of some of these people's personal lives are affected because it's subject formation. It's subject formation. And we have seen it. In Nairobi, people were saying Kenyans are protesting because their government never harms them. You saw this.
Yeah.
And Ugandans said this with no fear of contradiction.
More than 200 bodies later, that narrative is silent. They haven't gone back to correct it.
It's not unique to us. This is a phenomenon throughout all of pre-colonial Africa. Look at some of our close allies, Equatorial Guinea. I was in Senegal during the protest of Mike Sonko. I was in Dakar. If you go on my Instagram, in my highlights, you will see that I was posting some of these reels in the middle of the night because we only had internet for 2 hours. No, from midnight to 6 to 7 a.m. for weeks. And Senegal is one of our most advanced democracies. But even then, still the gendarmes did this sort of thing because this is subject formation. So again, let's focus on Freire here. He's going to show us.
Yeah.
The fear of freedom which afflicts the oppressed. A fear
That's
which
what chapter?
We're still on chapter 1.
Well, so you haven't
What page?
engaged
What
with the
page?
material yet.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
the material.
on
I mean,
chapter 1.
Page 40, the end of page 46. The fear of freedom which afflicts the oppressed, a fear which may equally lead them to desire the role of oppressor or bind them to the role of oppressed, should be examined. And again, I thank Dr. Jacob Katumusime. If you are free, just go on the Miser website. He has done very interesting work. He's examining it in Saturday Monitor. One of the basic elements of the relationship between oppressor and oppressed is prescription. Every prescription represents the imposition of one individual's choice upon another, transforming the consciousness of the person prescribed to into one that conforms with the prescriber's consciousness. Thus, the behavior of the oppressed is a prescribed behavior, following as it does the guidelines of the oppressor. That's the thing you talked about of saying the state traps us into lawfare. No, it prescribes, it's when you're herding cows, and you're sort of like, sheep, and you have a dog leading them into a paddock. They're not deciding to go there.
It's a trap.
You're leading them there.
Yes, of course.
And that's what the state does to us. The oppressed, having internalized the image of the oppressor and adopted these guidelines, are fearful of freedom. Freedom would require them to eject this image and replace it with autonomy and responsibility.
Yeah.
Freedom is acquired by conquest, not by gift. It must be pursued constantly and responsibly. Freedom is not an ideal located outside of
Go
man.
back. Freedom must be pursued
Constantly and responsibly.
Which we fail
Freedom
at here.
is not an ideal located outside of man, nor is it an idea which becomes myth.
So this
It
poses
is
the
rather,
question, what next?
it is rather the indispensable condition for the quest of human completion, the thing we talked about earlier.
Well, first repeat that. It's rather?
It is rather the indispensable condition for the
human-
quest of human completion.
Okay.
Every human desires to
There's
be
not going to
free.
be a state where freedom appears outside you and you enter it. That someone does it and suddenly, boom, freedom has come. Kati musajja agenze, Uganda eteredde. Twambadde engule. Tekibawo ekityo. Tekibawo nti lumu.
Thank you very much.
Ekyamuzuukuse kati eddembe weeriri. Kati
It's
muliyingidde.
not going to happen.
It happens within every single person. And the more people become free, the freer society becomes. Truly free.
This is something that now, unfortunately, in this outrage-driven social media time, people would rather reduce these conversations to, he's the enemy, I am your ally, therefore, suck my...
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's,
That's it.
But it's not that simple.
It's outrage farming, but this is the complexity of the problem that we need to engage with. Now we need the people who are leading this activism
Let me ask
charge
you guys, people, one question.
Ask.
Yeah.
about why we are not angry enough.
No. I feel like we are angry enough, but we are not convicted enough because we don't understand.
No, but we're studying this. Again, do not
Our
stray,
stand as public square doesn't come
but
from
Natif and
ignorance.
Keron, do not stray too much away from Dr. Katumusime.
Okay,
He
even
told us,
with Dr.
he told us
Yeah.
that our biggest problem is a failure to conceptualize what freedom means to us. And it's true.
Yeah.
It is true.
But is freedom really free?
Again, you're Ugandan,
That's what
so you
he's
don't know.
explaining.
And and the way we arrive at that is the thing he's critiquing. And all of us have different. President Museveni will tell us, freedom is you following my plan to industrialize, and all of you have jobs, which he says, please take lower wages to protect investors to come here. After you work for them and sell your labor,
And he goes
you'll
and
be
opens
free,
factories
you
that
know?
are paying people
And
$30
they're stuck
a
on
month.
this. This is his entire vision. And says, when you do this, if we stop all these agrarian things, 4-acre model, if we do all of this, we shall be free. Honorable Chagulanyi will say, no, don't do that. We just have to keep opposing our one enemy, who is President Museveni, and once he's toppled, boom, we shall be free. The FDC will come and tell you something.
Which doesn't make sense, which is unrealistic.
No, let him finish.
But
his thought.
I'm saying,
this is his podcast.
You said it doesn't make sense, but the poor family believe in it. And they are willing sort of like even lose their lives to maintain this ideal. And we have seen it. Dr. Chiza Besigye is the only, I would say, one of the few opposition leaders outside of Navudere who have tried.
What do you mean, Navudere?
You've never
He's
heard of him?
playing the Gishu thing.
He's playing the Gishu thing.
You should read some of his books, especially on political Pan-Africanism and cultural Pan-Africanism. Who contested with the president back in the day.
It's anyway, interesting that I've worked for the good doctor.
Dr. Chiza Besigye tried to critique Uganda's social fabric.
Yeah.
And show it the features.
Are you honestly going to make Professor Danny Nawudere just a footnote? Do you want
we don't have enough time for this, but
we have all the time.
Okay, you should read the text.
I will.
He was a Leninist. He did a lot of work.
Marxist-Leninist.
Yeah, Marxist-Leninist. Did a lot of work around Marxist nationalism for Uganda, and started at Marcus Garvey Institute, and his whole thing was actual Pan-African freedom, viable Pan-Africanisms, and he fought for it.
But I want you to talk about General Mohozi's tweet today. Yesterday, going
no.
to visit.
I'm happy. General Mohozi. Enjoy Lenin's grave, the eternal fire. Please have fun.
Celebrate him for going to pay homage to Lenin.
Actually, this man has a morbid interest. I will say not morbid. He has a very vested interest in Marxism that surprises me, and he seems to have a firm grasp on this stuff. But it's a discussion for another day. Dr. Chiza Besigye tried to link various social critics to why political action was stalling. And you've had his critics, elites have failed us, and all these things, but how? Freire talks about it, right? So we have two sets of people who are scared of freedom. The oppressed and the oppressors. The oppressed in taking actual responsibility for world building.
Do you really feel like Marxism from the 19th century can work now?
I know he's going to bring you to people like Hegel, Ingo.
No, I'm not going to bring you to Hegel. But
don't bring that.
My question is, neither of us is competent enough to answer that question. And we should always have that at the back of our minds, that sometimes we have questions we don't have the tools to answer. But if you want that question answered, you can go to Maiza and find a Marxist PhD who has spent 5 years, perhaps 6 or 7, studying this one thing, and they're there. So we have to sort of like defer to where knowledge is. Okay, back to Freire.
Okay.
I really agree with him.
We're still on 46?
Yes, we're on 47 now.
At the start, right?
Yes.
Liberation.
To surmount the situation of oppression, people must first critically recognize its causes, so that through transforming action they can create a new situation, one which makes possible the pursuit of a fuller humanity. But the struggle to be more fully human has already begun in the authentic struggle to transform the situation. Although the situation of oppression is a dehumanized and dehumanizing totality, affecting both the oppressors and those whom they oppress, it is the latter who must, from their stifled humanity, wage for both the struggle for a fuller humanity. The oppressor, who is himself dehumanized because he dehumanizes others, is unable to lead the struggle. And I had to bring this up, but do you remember when this violent act against the general happened and he was rescued by people they thought wouldn't rescue him? And there was conversation around that.
For your audience, the general.
Which general?
Wamala.
Oh, okay.
You remember that story?
Yeah.
And the controversy that was around there?
We just spoke about it.
And they asked, why should this rescue him? Because this is a contradiction. We're all inescapably tied in this thing. Right? All the violence we put out, regardless whether we're in the state or not, comes back to haunt us. Because it does not... I hate to use these cookie theories, but it's like the principle of conservation of energy. It will mutate and come back in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Anyway. However, the oppressed who have adapted to the structure of domination which they amassed have become resigned to it and are inhibited from waging the struggle for freedom, so as long as they feel incapable of running the risks it requires. Moreover, their struggle for freedom threatens not only the oppressor, but also their own oppressed comrades who are still fearful of still greater repression. When they discover within themselves the yearning to be free, they perceive that this yearning can be transformed into reality only when the same yearning is aroused in their comrades. But while dominated by the fear of freedom, they refuse to appeal to others or listen to the appeals of others, or even to the appeals of their own conscience. They prefer gregariousness to authentic comradeship. They prefer the security of conformity with their state of unfreedom to the creative communion produced by freedom and even the very pursuit of freedom.
That explains the question people have been asking us a lot. How could your comrades throw you under the bus?
Do you know what gregariousness means? Gregariousness means?
Please expound.
it's a particular definition of unserious behavior that I want you to understand. The word is heavy. Gregarious.
Nothing new is. We are gonna need more wine.
Gregarious is a person fond of company and sociable. But to be gregarious is to bend over backwards for the sake of maintaining social, at whatever means necessary. Like to always maintain. The thing you guys were discussing in Dr. Katumusime talks about cloud chasing, funds.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gregariousness. And it becomes something people prefer than the pursuit of actual freedom. Like again, he has said, freedom requires risks. And these risks come to risk to offend. Like as we have, and even Isaac talks about in the paper, he says,
like
in a democracy,
really.
there will be good faith disagreement. And it should be at points where all passionately feel about it, but not to the point where we break. You and I should be able to disagree on something and find ways of resolving that disagreement without us necessarily easily breaking and fracturing. Anyway,
I commend you for achieving that. I feel like, yes, much as so many people...
I haven't achieved it to the extent
much as so many people are disagreeing
want.
with you, but they're not breaking, right? They still feel like, yes, you are standing for a cause. That is what I have observed.
Yes, but at the end of the day, I will tell you, Keron, that it breaks my heart to see people who should have engaged with this literature, people who have, from their public demeanor and sharing the numerous schools they've been to, who should have engaged with this literature, doing the opposite. So for me, I don't feel like I am winning. The insults I get, or Public Square gets from the masses.
Do they draw you further from the cause?
No, that's why we're doing this podcast. And you dragged me in here. It was supposed to be Trevor's podcast. I feel badly.
We have crossed the Rubicon.
No.
Trevor. We can already, you know this.
But don't feel bad. Just finish what
I
you're
feel
saying.
bad. What breaks my heart are not the insults.
Yeah.
Those I expect.
That's where they're coming from.
Insults from people who, imagine you're in, you've watched this Russell Crowe movie, Gladiator. Imagine you in there and the audience will cheer no matter who the blow hits.
Activism is a blood sport.
No matter who the blow hits, the audience is going to cheer.
Agora bagikubye, public sphere bamukubye.
Ani bamukubye. Gundi, I don't want to name names.
Yeah.
You're in there and you both survive that ring, which is rare in gladiator history. One has to die. So then your understanding has been shaped by blood.
Do you feel like you raised through the ranks? Like
No. Your understanding has been shaped by, in this whole parliamentary exhibition thing, I probably am the only one who has got a direct death threat from the Speaker of Parliament.
Okay.
Who literally called me and said, I have looked after so many people. I've taken care of many people.
And they feel good about me that they
Some of them can get to you. Some of them can kill you without me knowing. You will be like this man. What was his name? What was this man's name who was killed in a Noah?
Who?
This guy who used to say, "Bamukubye."
Isma.
All access.
All access.
Yeah.
He offended many people.
True.
So we can't know who killed him. These were literal words of the speaker.
Yeah, I listened to that phone conversation.
But I'm that person. Also, I'm not the one who shared it.
Yes.
For the record.
Yes, I listened to it from the internet.
I'm that person who got those threats from the speaker, and I'm still that person who says the solution to this problem is not by refusing to meet and talk to the speaker. It should go beyond my fear for my life. It should go to what's in it for the society that we want to create. How has a person who is celebrated in Bukedea, who is loved by her family, whose husband is someone I can call my brother, how is that person giving me death threats? How can we address that issue? And then how can we move beyond that and build a society that works for her, myself, and people around? If I was to play into the whole cancel culture thing of, I can't believe you threatened to kill me, or that your people would kill me, I can't talk to you. When would this end?
But also do not take this as something to be expected of people who have this feeling. Because again, don't forget Freire. And Freire's way is hard. It calls us to remember that these people act this way because of the historical situation they are being submerged in.
Exactly.
It is not easy for you to take death threats.
And I understand that.
Yes.
Trevor, I understand that.
Yes.
And that's the point I'm getting
I'm
to.
just pointing you to look at it.
That's the point I'm getting to. So from the text, you see that oppression has clouded people's interaction with reality and the bigger picture.
Of course.
It's now a spectacle. Who is so against the machine that's oppressing us? That's my ally. But we need to understand that the people running that machine are also potential allies. They are also oppressed. Now, there's this thing. Eichmann, there's the Nazi desk killer. Okay?
Nazi desk killer?
Desk killer. You can just Google Nazi desk killer. Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann in Jerusalem. Just look for who wrote that book. Amazing philosopher, Hannah Arendt. She's from the school of Aristotle. I'm not saying this because people call me the Muyenga Aristotle. I hate that nickname. But Eichmann, his thing was, when they put him in a glass thing and were trying him for his sins in the Holocaust, they found out that this man was doing these things because he wanted approval from his leaders.
Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yes.
In the text. But he was so feared as a killer who used to send people to those gas chambers. They found that that man's conviction was not rooted in any solid ideology.
I mean, I gave you that movie. Did you watch it?
No, I've not to completion.
Okay, but you saw what he's talking about.
Yes, yes.
That
I saw what
when violence begins,
Yeah,
it
I
does
saw
not
what
require
he's talking
sustained
about. Sure.
ideological movement to go. It becomes a way of doing things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The banality of evil and all.
The banality of evil, yes.
Yeah.
That's still Hannah Arendt.
Anyway,
Now,
wrap up your thing so I can drag us back to Freire.
Thank you. So, you realize that we have a society of people who have given up thinking. Hannah Arendt calls it the rootless individual. Now, that individual is who dictatorships and oppressiveness requires to maintain that system. And now we have activists and public intellectuals who should be able to interact with this literature, instead fanning that flame.
Freire responds to that. Don't bother. Let's read Freire.
Thank you.
Responds to that.
Okay.
And first of all, I'm going to respond to the violence that makes oppressed people. Because it's very clear.
It's not their problem, and that's why
Yes.
I usually start my responses by saying,
But the book
it's not
says-
your
the-
problem, and
the
they
book says
actually
it
don't
here.
understand why I'm saying that.
Okay, the book says it here.
Which chapter?
Any
Which verse?
I'm skipping to page 55.
55. Let me read that 55.
Start from any situation. The third paragraph, the second paragraph, actually. The third paragraph, yes.
Second.
55, third paragraph. Any situation in which A. You have seen it?
No, I see,
55.
but even because I'm on 55.
Look at the actual book.
Yeah?
Follow the pages of the book.
55.
Your computer might not have aligned it well. Follow the pages of the book.
Okay.
You have seen it?
55.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm on 55.
Yeah, read any situation in which
This
A.
is a
I see
Bible
it.
for
And
any
I'll-
oppressed person,
and I'll
by
finish
the
it.
way.
Yeah.
No,
Any situation in which A objectively exploits B or hinders his and her pursuit of self-affirmation as a responsible person is one of the oppression.
is one of oppression. That situation is
One
one
of
of oppression,
oppression.
yes.
Such a situation in itself constitutes of violence, even when sweetened by false generosity, because it interferes with the individual's ontological and historical vocation to be more fully human. With the establishment of the relationship of oppression, violence has already begun. Never in history has violence been initiated by the oppressed. Okay.
How could they be the initiators? Go ahead.
Yeah. How could they be the initiators if they themselves are the result of violence? How could they be the sponsors of something whose objective inauguration called forth their existence as oppressed? There would be no oppressed had there been no prior situation of violence to establish their subjugation.
That's why we are happy to jump up to challenge the argument of the president in saying that these people are agents of imperialism, paid to malign the country. They don't have this power.
They do not. They have not been paid.
The state has all the tools. The state has all the tools.
Okay.
And Nakalema was telling us that you can't say this with certain, and our response was, the state has all the tools to put a spotlight in these people's lives and know for real
That they are not paid.
they are not paid to do this. The state has all the tools, Keron, to get someone and say, let us go through their life. We have the staff and the manpower to do that. And for us not to do that goes back to our initial point that these people are just being oppressed because there's a fear of freedom, both on the side of His Excellency and on the side of activists.
Yeah.
Both these sides are contributing to this problem because of this fear of freedom that Dr. Katumusime talks about. I want to expand and say it's just not only activists, but the people we are actively doing this work with, because they have the monopolies of violence, they have control of state resources. And to say, we cannot call these people, we cannot claim that their fate is caused because they have been violent or that they are a threat. No. Our answer lies in this study of freedom and how it circulates. Freedom and unfreedom. Right? And we have seen that the people who are out there who are doing this kind of work are not characters. We should look at, they're not in the position to be the kind of threat in the way the state descends on them, but we know why the state descends on them. And so when we are planning on doing this kind of action, to put that in mind and plan ahead, so that we know that if we choose this sort of path, we run this risk, and we should anticipate them and prepare in a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
Or if you're presented,
Safe corridor.
If you're presented the option of the safe corridor, even if we don't feel like it would go with our initial plan of how we wanted to express ourselves, but to ask ourselves, to what extent does it harm the cause we have started? Does it derail it? But that's where we're going to go next and talk about activism. And I'll just skip to that and say there will be two passages. I'll read this.
All right.
This total emotional dependence.
Yes, Professor Trevor. Class is in session.
I'm here to
Please, guys,
Class is in session.
please, let's focus.
Okay.
This total emotional dependence can lead the oppressed to what from?
Wait, you're just continuing from where I started?
No, I'm skipping.
To page what?
65.
65, eh?
Yes.
I want to be there. I am there.
Yeah, 65. I'm going to start just ahead.
Let me go to my text. I kind of have certain phrases here.
Within their unauthentic view of the world and of themselves, the oppressed feel like things
What
owned by.
verse is that?
I'm starting from 65 as it ends, going to 60. 64 as it ends, going to 65.
Okay.
Within their unauthentic view of the world and of themselves, the oppressed feel like things owned by the oppressor. For the latter, to be is to have for the oppressor. Almost always at the expense of those who have nothing. Honorable Mpuga et al. It's true.
Guys, everything we are facing here has been faced
for the oppressed
by
at a
people
certain
before.
point.
So there's a solution.
There is a method.
The solution is a pedagogy. It's an education.
Yeah.
There's no solution that exists outside you.
Exactly, that's my argument with March to Parliament. I feel like there was less education.
But that's why we are
delivering
this.
So,
True.
For the oppressed, at a certain point in their existential experience, to be is not to resemble the oppressor, but to be under him, to depend on him. According, the oppressed are emotionally dependent. For Karamaji, there's nothing I can be more than someone to suckle at the teat of the first family.
Of the state.
His first view of me was
you're poor,
therefore. It's almost natural for him. It's automatic that he will see me and the cogs will turn in his head. Because he's an oppressed being too. He's not taken out of our context. He's within our context. And he'll wake up from his bed.
I like this of you.
And then he'll get his phone, sit down in his bed, type out, because he has the check mark, type out a tweet that goes beyond 146 characters to describe me and my motivation. He has never met me. He hasn't engaged with anything that I put out there.
Yeah.
He doesn't ask himself, in what context do I appear before the colonel? It's not important to him. But he falls back to models that are described here. I'm an automaton. I'm a cog, And
a ruthless individual who is just looking for existence.
Anyway.
Who is sucking at the teat of government.
I'm coming.
Therefore, his opinions are bought by whatever Captain Nakalema is going to hand to him.
And Keron, here's the duality.
Yeah.
For His Excellency, the youth are being moved by foreign influence. For Karamaji, they are being used by local influence.
Yeah. Now,
So but His Excellency is right.
in both, no.
So,
Not right.
I'm saying,
but no.
Listen to this binary. So who is right? The president says.
His Excellency has a
Let me say it again. For His Excellency, these are imperialist interests. The guy is marching. Don't really fight against corruption. He's simply misled by foreigners. For Karamaji, I'm not really fighting against corruption. I am misled by the president.
By your poverty.
Don't you see this? But don't you see this weird binary?
It's the same.
It's the same, two sides of the same coin. And stop flipping through it. It's more than that. Even discussing it is a waste of time.
So there's a point Tony raises on timeline why he says it is reckless for activists to not acknowledge the fact that they are funded by foreign power.
But no.
Because even the government in policy.
But let me respond to that before you finish. It is flogging a dead horse. We talked about the nature of civil society.
Okay.
Yeah,
if we just go back to a few years before this controversy, we know it for a fact that there's money in states and private institutions around the world that is dedicated for certain activities within states and in non-governmental bodies and even private businesses.
It's not new.
And this capital flows across the world through all states.
But that is a thing.
Us debating it is falling to a level of
don't want to admit, and that is my issue.
But we know why they don't want to admit it. They are fearful of freedom. They are fearful of being isolated.
Okay.
They are fearful of ways of analyzing things that center their own conscience. Chapter 4 came out and addressed this.
I like that. I really admire Nicholas Opio for coming out.
And it was obvious.
It was obvious. Like when you don't acknowledge that the state in Uganda is not financing this kind of work.
Yeah.
In the constitution, there's the office of the citizen. It's not redundant. It should be funded. We should be able to hold the state accountable for its actions.
This argument is almost like the bail money because it goes back to the government consolidated fund, right?
We have not engaged with the literature. That's why we'll have people for whom Trevor referred to this earlier, that the state has the tools to open anyone's bank account and point out that your money is actually not from here.
We live in the age of ETFs.
Yeah.
How hard is it for you to say, Keron, this $40,000, you go, where did it come from?
EFTs.
And if you can point back to a grant that says we gave Keron $100,000.
How hard is that?
that.
For the work of anti-corruption.
Remove
How hard
that
is that?
from the conversation and say, my money comes from this person.
For this.
This person is not a citizen of this country. This money I have used for this work.
this purpose.
And they genuinely have used this money. But then if you do not admit to this,
Totally agree.
then you set yourself up.
oli mukuzanya tepo
Oli mukuzanya tepo.
oyingidde amazina g'enkima gatategeerekeka
kati
weegana kyaki Toko,
Let
me ask Toko, you're in the space and ask you. They asked Godwin Toko, very simple question. And I'm not even supporting anything. They asked him, does your organization receive money from foreign funders? And he said no.
Which was...
It's a lie. And I think it doesn't need to exist.
Yeah.
Because it's not a point of contention.
It isn't.
This is 2024. Civil society organizations have been here even from the days of old. It's not new. It's not something unique to Uganda.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys.
Now that
So now the state is unfortunately using that information, and because intelligence community has to get their budget bumped up, and the machine that the people, the machine that the people are raging against is financed in a certain way.
I'm sorry.
It is premised on fear. These people did not keep in power by taking certain threats lightly.
Okay, let's come back to Freire.
No. Let's finish.
Yeah,
No,
Let
Trevor. This has been a
Yes, I agree,
point
because
of contention.
It's my podcast, but anyway.
We're still here, Freire.
No,
It's your podcast.
don't be an oppressor.
No, Freire says the actions
Yeah.
the oppressed take to prevent further oppression are not oppression. But go ahead.
It is so you're defending people doxing me?
Please, no. Go ahead. And I'll comment about that, please.
Because
Go ahead, man.
Now, the problem is the state. Which state? It has a financial intelligence authority. It has all these things. The state can write to a bank and say, I want Keron's bank account details, and I want his statement going back 5 years.
So in this case where they've delayed on payment, I have insider information that the state actually called out to banks to tell them to help them with money to pay their civil servants. So it really
I mean, even ministers haven't been paid for 2 months.
Okay,
but anyway, let's get back to the actual point, guys. Let's get back to the actual point we are trying to. This is important.
Yeah.
The state has premised its brutality, at least in this case, in the belief that people have been paid to protest. And it does not help that civil society, we're not going to concentrate on one. I know he mentioned Godwin, but we're not going to concentrate on one entity.
An individual,
Please bleep it out when it comes. Just say, ask for the, that's the question.
We'll not concentrate on that. The state has premised its entire argument on you people, your agency has been paid for by foreign entities. Therefore, your protests are not rooted in true conviction. They are rooted in your desire to get visas. They are rooted in your desire to get money.
Comment on the binary of the activists back here.
Yes, they are rooted in all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay?
The activists back home.
Then you have
Karamaji.
Andrew. I admire that guy. I have been a student of his work. I've read a lot of his output. He points out Trevor. Trevor is tiny. Trevor dresses as a hipster.
As his social pleases. He's in his life.
Doesn't comb his hair. To Karamaji, this man's agency cannot actually be rooted in his own conviction that the solution, because he's read this book back and forth, as you can see, he can recite it from memory. Our public here,
He knows where to skip
our
to.
public square colleagues have actually debated this book almost every Saturday. You understand? So we have interacted with the literature so much beyond this, thanks to people like Semakade, thanks to all sorts of people all over the world. So you come back and you're like, why should Mr. Karamaji, who has been a victim of the machine as you can see from some of the precedents that have been set in this country in fighting for freedom of speech, Andrew Karamagi's name is there. So, and he's a very intelligent man.
I even gave him his props after him abusing me.
He's a very intelligent man. He should be able to interact with this. He's coming back and saying, Trevor's agency and the information he gets and the action he gets from that and takes a step from the literature and experiences is informed by his perceived poverty.
It's really the tales of the President Museveni argument. It's the heads. President Museveni's argument is the heads.
Yeah, it's imperialists are paying you to protest. This man is saying the state is paying you.
It's co-opting you.
It's co-opting you to respond. So these are both captured individuals, deluding themselves into thinking they're fighting the machine that has captured them. But really, they are fighting
they are caught up in the inescapable vocation to become more fully human.
Yeah, exactly. So now, we have been debating, do we respond with so much force and abuse? And today, the deputy team lead in Public Square reminded me, she said, Tony, by the way, I have always sensed so much grace and patience. Even this man threw me under the bus in your responses. But over the last 1 week, I've just been seeing anger. And I had to, they put me to task today at lunch. We had a lunch.
You have gone out on Twitter these days. You have been all your problems have been appearing as nails, and you have had a hammer.
Yeah. So, but really what disappointed me was to see people who have read, people who have PhDs, people who have master's degrees,
professors,
come out and play this game. And you're like, just read 30 pages.
Spy,
and you will.
To you.
No. Just no, don't do
it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You've read, just read 30 pages.
Yeah.
And you'll understand. By the way, Dr. Spire came out with a very...
Let it go, man.
No, I did. He came out with a very good tweet. I will find it and tell you. You're fighting within each other. That's where they want you. But he didn't account for the oppressor feeling also oppressed. You understand?
Yeah.
But I gave him props for actually staying above the fray and saying this is where they want you in a cassava fight. So, what is our responsibility as citizens who have actually read more than 2 pages? Our responsibility is not to abuse the people who are calling us sellouts. And I really need to look in the camera and apologize to whoever I have abused. My responsibility and the responsibility of Public Square is to educate them on why
they are
abusing me.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at the post-prison time for most of them, go to their TL and individually look at them. It is Natif. Some of them will sub me without tagging me. Actually, most of them, if not all of them.
All of them.
They will sub me without tagging me.
There's a lot of subs flying around you.
Yeah. To the extent that even my daughter was like, Daddy, are you okay? I thought, I met that guy, he's your friend. God. I met this person, they are your friends. I talk to them separately. I never tell you I've spoken to them. And then I'm put in a situation where I have to explain the pedagogy of the oppressed to a 13-year-old. And I feel like she gets it more than people who have been seasoned lawyers, seasoned journalists. And it's sad. And she's 13.
You decided to insult them all.
No.
It's not an insult.
It's not an insult. It's the truth. And also, these people have interacted with her. They know she's extremely intelligent. Yeah. But if I reduce your intelligence and your level of understanding of public policy contestations
to a 13-year-old,
13-year-old, Those are not flowers I'm handing you. True. That is an invitation to actually open a book.
Go and read.
If you need to open a book, open this book and only read 30 pages. We've read 4 pages and we've already diagnosed the problem.
And actually, this one helps us enter it a bit deeper, especially for lots of Ugandans.
Which page?
We're on page 65.
Yeah.
And Simba wakati yao, some ekitabo wano.
Amina.
For the oppressed, if at a certain point in the existing experience, not to resemble the oppressor, but to be under him, to depend on him. Accordingly, the oppressed are emotionally dependent. So it makes a quote here, and you see it. The peasant is a dependent. He can't say what he wants.
True.
Before he discovers his dependence, he suffers. He lets off steam at home, where he shouts at his children, beats them and despairs. He complains about his wife and thinks everything is dreadful. He doesn't let off steam with the boss because he thinks the boss is the superior being. Lots of times, the peasant gives vent to his sorrows by drinking. From Ben From. This total emotional dependence can lead to the oppressed to what From calls necrophilic behavior, the destruction of life, their own or that of their oppressed fellows. It is only when the oppressed find the oppressor out and become involved in the organized struggle for their liberation that they begin to believe in themselves. This discovery cannot be purely intellectual like we are doing here, but must also involve action. Nor can it be limited to a mere activism, but must include serious reflection. Only then will it be a praxis. And he defines how his activism comes out. The insistence that the oppressed engage in reflection on their concrete situation is not a call to an armchair revolution, like we are doing here on this podcast.
No.
On the contrary, on the contrary, true reflection leads to action. On the other hand, when the situation calls for action, that action will constitute an authentic praxis only if its consequences become the object of critical reflection. In this sense, the praxis is a new raison d'etre of the oppressed, the reason for existing, of the oppressed, and the revolution, which inaugurates the historical moment of this raison d'etre, is not viable apart from their concomitant conscious involvement. Otherwise, action is pure activism.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I invite, if this is the only thing I say on this space.
Concomitant was a bit hard, but yes.
No, that's a correct word.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to toss to it, but I'm saying this book was written just after we got an independence. But the things we're facing today, this man had thought about them already. This whole controversy.
So, if anything, my only response to people who are calling out public square and people like us and calling us sellouts and all manner of names is read 30 pages of this book and reflect on it.
Our next paragraph.
No, Trevor, we've done enough.
No, this is the last one.
Okay.
I speak to your point. To achieve this praxis, however, it's necessary to trust in the oppressed.
This is on 66,
yes.
right? 60.
We are continuing. 66. To achieve this practice, however.
Praxis.
Yes. The praxis is basically practicing theory. Putting it into practice. However, it is necessary to trust in the oppressed and their ability to reason. I believe in all of you guys. Yeah. You can do this. I was once on Team Sabula crew. But I changed.
How did you move? How did you switch? How did you switch?
I joined Public Square. Anyway.
How did you join Public Square?
This guy invited me and the rest is history.
I saw the man.
I was mad at the world.
Yeah, he was so mad at the world. He was moving on rage. I'm like, but also underneath that rage is a very brilliant mind.
But it's okay. Just dig at my earlier tweets, you'll see it. But let me finish this thing, guys.
I can't believe he's the one preaching today.
No, Keron, I want you to finish it.
Okay.
Start it again.
All right. To achieve this practice, however, it's necessary to trust in the oppressed and in their ability to reason. Whoever lacks this trust will fail to initiate or will abandon dialogue, reflection, and communication, and will fall into using slogans, communiques, and monologues and instructions. Exactly what's happening online.
Superficial conversations to the cause of liberation carry this danger. Are you with us?
Now, There's more reason for me to go and read this book and finish it.
Are you with us?
Thank you. Now,
There is extreme reason.
No. By the way,
Church of
we
Uganda.
have friends.
Principal Tasovia.
We have colleagues with whom we founded Public Square,
Yeah. And they have
for
drifted
whom
apart.
this book was said to be a Bible. They told us to read this book.
I beg.
Even when we had
guys,
read
read
it.
this book.
I now agree. I see the vision.
But
as to why you
even
want
when I
to
was
be
chatting
treated.
with Professor
This would be-
Sentongo,
yeah.
he agreed that in critical reflections, this is a foundational text.
Yes.
And I'm
So
going
why
to the
do we
PDF.
play to the gallery and someone quotes, how dare you say quasi-militancy, when the book he professes as the Bible talks about this?
But
How
even the
then
Bible is
am I
contested
supposed to
against.
sit there and respect such an opinion?
But yeah.
But
I can understand when IT guys come out.
Why you respect it is you trust in the oppressed and you're
Yes, I
gentle
do.
with them.
Yeah.
No, you don't, like when Karamaji comes to me, I see Karamaji and at first I get angry, but I feel pity. I recognize he's an oppressed man and I can blast him to Valhalla. But no, teach him. And I told him, I want him to come out after he sees this, to tell him and respond to my tweets. Did you see them? There's no like, but to teach. And that's the hardest thing to do, not to fall into the trap to blast a guy. And
That's when you guys reminded me, we had the Public Square lunch today, and I was reminded that I have let some of the online abuse get to me.
How so? I feel like you are.
No. These
you are
guys
that
can
person who
read.
keeps
No.
engaging.
These guys, I'm usually like, boom, stick on business.
he's responding to bots with 3 followers.
I saw that. But yeah.
No,
Who are you? You're a bot. You're a bot. I will never respond to a bot. If you have 3 followers, I don't care about your opinion. No one cares.
But the fact is where you're coming from.
I'm sorry.
Those people's
I'm sorry.
relevance is not informed by the number.
I'm sorry. If you have
Yeah,
3 followers,
followers.
I'm saying if you have 3 followers,
That's a plus for you.
Let me-
Yeah.
wait. If you have 3 followers, no profile picture, and a name ending with 2,357, walai, I'm not responding to you.
No,
Even if
but
you are
I
real,
appreciate
I'm
why
sorry.
he does that.
Yeah, so I have a friend from pharmacy school called Bisaso
that one
Kutesa. No, it's okay.
No, leave it.
I have a friend from pharmacy school called Bisaso Kutesa. He was a year behind me in pharmacy school. For a very long time, he was following like 50 people, and he had only me as his follower.
One guy.
Yeah. If it came to that following thing, for you to respond to someone, you would most sincerely ignore him. But
No, that
No,
if I say a guy
Trevor.
followed by Anthony Natif, I'll respond to that guy. You're a human being. There's endorsement of an actual human being there.
no, Trevor, let me finish.
Yes.
But I also know Bisaso Kutesa. As the same way we say Tigushama, the same way we say Simakade, the same way we talk about Joel, I know Bisaso Kutesa as one of the smartest, not smartest Ugandans, one of the smartest human beings I've ever interacted with
In the world.
in the world.
How do you measure your smartness in this case?
It's a multivariate analysis.
It's a multivariate analysis.
Yeah, exactly. So
That answers your question.
no, it doesn't.
It
Because
does,
then it
doesn't it?
fails to how do you measure that I am smart or you are? And this is an argument I
Do
keep
you
having with
think?
people
Do you
online.
think Trevor is daft?
No.
How do you tell
How
he's
do you
not?
Because I've had a conversation with him.
I also converse with this as well.
Can I please go on?
I know this guy.
Yeah.
When he says something, when he says, I disagree with you, I will not go back and say, he has one follower with that.
It will be on
I'm
the
like,
basis of the argument.
I know this guy. Now,
Even me, I would
social media levels the ground that people will think, oh, I have
Yeah.
100,000 followers.
It's okay, you can be comfortable.
Therefore, I can call a guy who, as far as he remembers, he has been top of his class. I can call a guy, a lady, who has been top of her career for ages and has been a leader in this space, I can say, oli musiru, oli mumpi, oina wigi, toina chotugamba. So, social media has elevated thinking to the number of followers and to the number of impressions. That is what Guy Debord
debunks.
Talks about as the society.
He observes it.
He observes it. We are living in the society of the spectacle.
I think my blog post tomorrow should debunk it, because I really feel like vanity metrics bring us to some illusion.
Don't debunk.
You
Keron.
can't debunk it.
Show people what they are doing.
Yes.
Engage in a mutual exercise of self-education.
Okay.
Yes.
People
You're
never
learning,
listen to your debunking.
they are learning. I have learned so much over the last 4 weeks. A lot more than any book can ever teach me.
Baptism
By
of fire.
simply observing. You learn that we exist. Yeah. I don't really care. No, but because you see, no, but you can see where I get my foundation. Totally. It's not rooted in reading the political wind of public opinion. Some activists, some players. Now, you see, again, Martha, I already told you. In her deductions, she will say, you can reduce it to this statement. It's not her statement, it's mine. If you don't want to be a professional, be a politician.
Mm-hmm. What does that
Let
mean?
me just skip that. Yeah.
If you don't want to be a professional, be a politician.
Explain.
If you don't want to be held to certain standards of a practice,
Just join politics.
just join politics.
There's no bar.
There's no bar for intellectual discourse.
Here I am really wanting to become MP. So today in the morning, I was arguing with a friend, I was selling the vision too. And I was telling them, I am not going to be a politician. No, I have to just be MP because that is what it is.
If you do not want to be held to a certain standard of intellectual discourse, go into politics. But when you position yourself as, I am the smart activist, I am the saver of you all lumpen proletariat, don't play to their level for likes.
That is exactly what I want to do.
Inform them that, you see,
because I am taking down.
You see what we are playing
but guys, do not posture as the savior or messiah.
No, I'm not posturing. For me, I want to try and make things work in the best way.
When public square says
it's only through education.
Yeah, that we can get out of this quagmire. That people who should know, people who are postured as having interacted with this text, are actually playing like they have not opened a page of this text. Yeah. Then they
maybe
frauds.
they have, and they're scared of discussing it with their friends. But I encourage you all guys who have read this text, please discuss it with your friends. If you haven't read it, we're going to insert the link to the PDF.
Definitely,
in this
it's
video,
going to be
and you read it. But no, why I chose this text, guys, is for you. It's the thing. Whenever we have something to refer back to, it enriches our conversations. Because the problem is what you talk about is so complex and wide that if we have no centering point, we can scatter and be the dog chasing its tail for 12 hours.
Today, in the armchair liberators space, which is Twitter, we have no, guys. I mean, we had how many times we can get this data? I will tell you that statement is not meant to disparage. I am a scientist, or at least I used to be.
No, you still
are.
Once a scientist, always a scientist.
Me, I'll tell you this. I get this from Gulma Gerard, Mister. So that will never wash away. That is a man I hold in so much high regard.
Please, just say your
Tony,
thing.
you know
I am a scientist. I go off of data.
Empiricism.
Empirical evidence. We shall go. People told us, don't talk about anything else. You're talking about no corruption. You're diverting us. Push the hashtag. March to Parliament. Go and study.
I am one of those people.
Yes,
I
yes.
was really against you bringing up any other nonsense apart from
yes,
March to
and
Parliament.
I understood that.
Yeah.
But that was people wanting their dopamine. It needs to hit me. I need to prolong this ejaculative process.
Yeah.
Okay? Go to how many times the hashtag March to Parliament was pushed, and go to how many people fell on the street. That hashtag probably was pushed like 20 million times. Now, if you invest 20 million and you get 100 people going on the streets, me as a businessman, I have invested 20 million shillings. I have 100 shillings in return. Have I done anything short of mental masturbation? Now you're inviting us to gather in a circle and masturbate publicly and say the state is screwed up. And you want me to join in that chorus? Is that okay? Is that what we are engaging with? If I shake you up and tell you that those 100 are the disciples who have bought into this. No, they are the disciples who are bought into this movement. They are your true converts.
I agree with this man.
Don't protect them. Don't protect them.
So,
Okay,
Trevor, finish.
Don't protect them from their decision. Let them challenge the constitutionality of this machine. Allow them to tell the people in Kamariba that you don't have a coin. You don't have a B-wall. You don't have a spire.
That was my argument. I remember you saw my thread. Yeah.
I'm angry. I've been angry for long.
Please.
I've been angry for long. And our people are being lied to by these pseudo-activists who are only interested in likes so they can be ready for the next funding round. That is wrong. Come out and tell people, they have the ability to measure how many people have shared this hashtag. It's like 20 million people. How are you getting 100 people? Get the metrics. Is that a good return on investment? It's a good return on investment for you who is posturing for a funder. What should Public Square do? Our work has been privately funded.
It is true, we're all volunteers.
These guys bust their backside to come and do work that has then outraged the masses. And the masses are responding like automatons. How are you encouraging that when you're an intellectual who can read this text, who has said you are part of the founding document of Public Square? And you're saying we are elevating the conversation. You have referred every member in Public Square to that text. You're not living by the text. Now, that disconnect, why should it result into the abuse of someone who has actually kept to the actual text? Choruses in the text that you used to start Public Square. Why should that be okay? Why shouldn't... This is Trevor's... this is why I didn't want to come here. This is Trevor's podcast.
Guys,
I asked you
it shouldn't be an issue.
for hours.
I can have Trevor. Trevor, you're going to now come to Nalia if you don't want Natif, but
no,
you see what I'm talking about?
To be here.
I want him to be here.
You see what I'm talking about? You are appealing to the best instincts of the oppressed people.
And that's what the state does. It is
And that's what the state does. You're not doing anything different than the state.
Totally.
There is no revolution.
There's no revolution. You just you're cycling a stationary bike.
Dog chasing his tail.
The dog
You're in
is
gym
the
on that
tail.
thing.
The tail is wagging the dog.
The tail is wagging
and
the
because
dog.
you're getting likes and abuse to the person that you think has sold out,
To back up.
you think you're great. You're not. You're just part of the problem. You're enabling the oppressor.
And anyway.
And your people, your audience, is not switched off enough because you've denied them that education. And the oppressor that you say is the oppressor has scrapped civics.
So are you saying your
from
solution
the curriculum?
is expounding
Education
on the
the
education?
same way you've been here. Did you know this?
No.
But you're a very intelligent man. Yeah. Did you know this? No. So if we say the solution is in education, you shouldn't be abused.
And when I sent it to you, you were willing and open to go through it. And again, if anyone jumps on Natif, it's true. It's a verifiable fact. And this has been a challenge of mine.
It is.
I remember when these Namiriango boys and smart guys are having their rugby game.
They said you can't mention your high school without missing.
and I made a comment, you know? These guys,
Those were smart boys.
in a matter of 1 hour, guys had digged up my old high school ID.
Had dug up.
They brought it and said, for you to pronounce your former high school, you have to hiss like a snake. Right? So we know education is bad.
Because you just said digged up, maybe they were right.
Okay, maybe they're right. And you see,
Boys had dug up.
and I'm suffering.
You need to see my second.
The English is bad. So the truth is, we know for a fact, no, guys, we know for a fact that education in this country is at alarming levels.
Alarmingly
Low levels.
Alarmingly low levels. Yeah.
And you guys, I've been part of UPE, USE, and I went to Chambogo for my degree.
It's a good university, though, for that program.
It's
a good university for the program you went to.
I agree. I had some of the best teachers, and I had access to them. But majority of my friends who are learning to be teachers did not have enough support to learn properly. The student-teacher ratios are absurd. You are fighting for classrooms. The library is not staffed. So it's only a few people
we need more
who have the aptitude for it to catch up. So guys, this is a big problem. We have to start educating each other. The state won't do it. It has no incentive to in this current configuration.
The state will not train up its opposition.
Really for putting this.
No,
this is maximum education.
And I'm glad, but guys.
And also state actors, what you need to talk about is that state actors are also captured. Even President Museveni, like we labored to explain, is a victim of the circumstances. You may not agree. The solution here. Guys, I can be
but it's true. It's true. The text says it. It's true. And we have to help him. We have to help free him. It's only us who can bring this man to freedom.
There's two things I appreciate.
The text is.
I would commend the president, His Excellency, for being a smart man. But then
he's a Machiavellian.
No, yes.
He's a Machiavellian. He's a Machiavellian.
And the people are playing with him like he's daft. That man is extremely intelligent.
That's the biggest problem with Ugandans. They play with a man like he's a daft man. Because he can really put up that structure.
Read his thesis.
All right, you want to perceive this, I'll give you this.
And
so they don't read into that. Yet it's very funny in the Gen Z generation.
Respect this man, and as an opponent, as you approach him, realize that he has built a structure that has been here
for 40 years.
And this structure...
He can't be stupid.
He cannot.
It's impossible. The time I saw the president, a lot of people think that, you went...
Not once.
Twice. A lot of people think you went to the president's office. I told people I was going to State House. The whole idea of you can't go to State House is really stupid.
And also, guys, to clarify,
totally,
there's no money that is given to people in SACS. I don't know other people, but for my experience, for my experience, and what Natif says,
there is. We've had evidence come out online, right?
From our experience,
what was that called?
We didn't get money.
No. Yeah, truly, you did not get money. It doesn't work. I've met the president, guys.
Did you get money?
The president,
no.
I did not get money. No, not at all. I was in a meeting. I have met the president in Tungamo twice. Before, by the way, only was opening something. No. But because for me, I was not confident enough to have the pictures out. I have met the president on an occasion when a pastor was just meeting him.
Now, let's tell you.
Yeah.
Guys are here, some of whom were in the meeting. Canary somehow on the sign-in sheet it was.
And guys, I want to say before Natif goes, please understand what is easier to believe, that Canary Mugume is a Machiavellian scheming guy looking for power, or he doesn't want to comment on this to protect his journalism career. We saw how his colleague was suspended, so which is the easier explanation. That Canary Mugume is keeping quiet about this because he's scheming to get into power.
He's not. He's a good guy.
He wants to protect his journalism career.
I agree.
So that meeting, the Nakalema meeting, we were called. Afande Nakalema had a space. Now, if the state was against foreign-funded work, okay? if the state was against foreign-funded work, Afande Nakalema shouldn't have gone to that space of what's the thing called in full?
Which one?
IJJ.
Solomon Seranja's thing?
Yeah, what?
African Institute for Investigative Journalism.
African Institute for Investigative Journalism has the same grant funding that, say, Agora has.
All right.
So if the state was truly against foreign imperialism and foreign-funded work, Kano Nakalema shouldn't have gone there. You understand?
True.
Now, this is the foreign-funded work that they are unfortunately using to discredit the work that the likes of Agora have done to advance the public policy conversation in this country. And some state agents whose interests are, I can't speak to them, but I think they're financial, are going to tell the president wrong things and say, these people's agency is foreign bought. It's not. And the more we deny and don't come out with it, the more we feed that false narrative. Now that I've come out with that, we move to the AIJ
space.
Yeah. That space had Agatha. It had Toko.
But we had the one where Agora itself was hosting, right?
No, forget that.
Okay.
We're talking about Mr. Solomon Seranja's space, which is American funded.
Solomon, by the way, but
No.
I don't.
Which is American funded.
Don't rate him.
I don't.
And they've done impressive work.
He has potential.
I find him so plastic. But please go.
It's foreign funded.
Yeah.
But we all admit they're doing
Raymond is deputy of that organization.
Yes, but everyone worships Raymond. He's in
Except me.
Except, but are you aware
just a
that I've
hater.
had
No.
a fight with him? I
You
think that is why we
know the
broke
first
our
guy, even me too.
communication.
No. You guys
I've
are
had a fight
haters.
with him.
Everyone
sorry.
respects
From
him.
when he dropped out
No,
of
guys,
school.
allow me.
Let him finish his thing.
Natif, please finish.
We all
But I've
agree
gone
that
about
they
Raymond.
do very good work and their work is much needed. But we cannot even finance our hospitals. We cannot buy ambulances. We cannot do one. This kind of work would be like a luxury. So we should be glad that the Americans are actually stepping up and financing this work.
Agreed.
Exactly. So we shouldn't look at it as shameful. We shouldn't allow the state to define it as shameful as our agency being bought. Okay? Now, Kano Nakalema went to that space. She promised a dialogue. None of the people on that space said, we do not want to dialogue with you. In this day and age of spaces and people using
There's no more wine, sorry.
and people using the internet to have conversations, dialoguing physically and dialoguing on the internet, what's the difference?
None.
First
of all, on the internet, it's even on record.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No, I mean, the record thing
Which is better.
Which is better.
Yeah,
the
because we
record
do
thing
not
is
know what you
important.
guys talked about.
The record thing is
It could have
important.
you'd have mashed away with millions
Anyway,
of money.
I can tell you after Natif explained.
Kano Nakalema comes and says, calls Canary and says, on this space, I promised a dialogue. Okay? So therefore, help me because I can tell. I mean, she's a state actor. She's as deep state as they come. I promised a dialogue. I am following up on this dialogue. Canary, you know all these people I've seen. You know Natif, you know the other person. You call them. He called the other part. It wasn't good for their optics.
They refused to show up.
They refused to show up. Canary told me, we have this conversation with Kano Nakalema. Your friends are locked up. I love B-Wall.
Yeah.
I love Pfizer.
Thomas too.
Yeah.
Commendable for how you also looked for me.
Yeah. Even you.
Yeah.
I was lied to by your own family.
Exactly.
They're like, because you had told them to lie to me. After you left that incarceration.
Because I really didn't want the story
You
to be
didn't want a
about me.
pity party.
Yeah, exactly.
I was personally hurt. My friends were locked up. Canary says, let's have a conversation, which is really logical. Public square stands on conversations with everyone. It's in our founding document.
If you visit our website under the article, Why Should We Work with Museveni? We delve into this, www.publicsquareea.org.
Yes.
I am going to put all these links in the
We
description.
spoke up about this.
Yes.
We told people when we were going to State House, when I was going to State House, Canary shared that picture that went viral. We have never hidden.
Nakalema shared it.
I appreciate
No,
that.
no,
about
no.
you.
The
Forget-
one-
no, no,
the
no,
one-
the one on
Yes,
State House.
Yes.
Canary is the one who shared it, and people were like, if Canary hadn't shared it, including Sarah Birete, if Canary hadn't shared it, it wouldn't have appeared. But I had shared the tweet and
Already.
said, I am going. And it started a fight
Personally,
within
I can
public
confess
square.
to the fact that he had told me that he was going.
Even on your podcast, we had
Yes.
spoken about a lot of this stuff. Public square didn't hide. We said we were going to State House the next when we went. Now, meeting Nakalema. Nakalema has as big a stake in this country. She has children who are growing up in this country. She's a leader in this country. She makes decisions.
And she told us why this is important to me is that my children are in the same age as these people who have been arrested.
And
they
they
ask me questions.
Yes, they ask me questions that I can't answer. I need to understand what's going on.
All right. Yeah.
That was the basis of that meeting. So we show up thinking everyone is going to show up, and they chose not to show up.
And I'll count for you the list. There was Canary. There was a lawyer called Rainer, a very private guy.
I know Rainer.
We went to visit Melvin
on the wrong day.
on the wrong day, and they stopped us. Something we had complained about.
Yeah.
That Luzira has a remand section, Kampala remand. But they put people who are remanded
No, so Luzira
in
group of
Makshon
prisons.
Bay. Luzira group of prisons. They put people in Makshon Bay and Upper Prison.
I just found out recently that those guys were in Luzira. You know, I thought they were just in any random cell.
The first time we went there, we only found B-Wall
Thomas and Edgar.
and Edgar.
And even lied to
And
us
they
first.
told us those people are not in
Yes.
Luzira. Because they didn't lie to us. Oh, no, the prison guys lied to us that B-Wall wasn't there. Now, we highlighted that. We said Luzira has a problem. So we bounced at Luzira.
We went.
And then I told Zakolin that actually Canary organized the meeting with Afande Nakalema.
For the record, I knew before Zakoli knew. Public Square I knew already.
Public Square knew we had been invited, and I told my Public Square people Canary has invited us. And I asked the deputy team lead, I'm like, yes, I know you've said we meet whoever we have to meet, and I believe that, but I want you to know that we have this meeting and we're going to take it in the line with our stated objectives and beliefs. So after Luzira, I asked Zakolin. I'm like, Zakolin, we can drop you in Bugolobi or something to that line. Or if you would like, we're meeting Afande Nakalema. Tell her to your face.
To her face.
To her face. That the incarceration of your friend Melvin is unconstitutional, and it's a wrong that the state needs to right.
Yeah.
Same way I told those people when this girl doxed me for convincing her in 28 seconds to somehow drop. No, Trevor, allow me.
We know the reason.
Yeah, to somehow drop the
text.
And no one called her a liar.
Forgive them, Father.
No one called her anything.
They know not what
But I
they
convinced her in 28 seconds to drop a protest. I told them, how about you march under the protection? And one of those conversations is recorded fully, 16 minutes.
But
because
was there protection?
yeah,
I
that,
could tell you my story by that.
Yeah,
It was very
no.
fishy.
That conversation is fully recorded, which is why one of those has retweeted.
Let's publish it on the podcast.
No, it's not us. But Zakolin has had it, parts of it, and some people have had parts of it, and they don't understand.
Yeah.
What was reported and what actually transpired are two different things. I have it here. I can play a section of it. Now,
I always choose to be the bigger man. When you disgracing me on the TL for likes and whatever, I will hold that information and respect your hustle. I may not understand it,
But you respect it.
I will
regardless.
respect it.
Yeah.
Because now, if I bring out that info, which I am happy to play for you,
Private.
if I bring up that, no, Zacolin has had part of it, and she was like, wow.
Nenga, uchwanga ngate
And she has encouraged me to put it out there, and I'm like, no, I'll be the bigger man.
Kateke o.
That conversation, 16 minutes of it, refutes everything Praise said. It was these people are saying, meet at Nsambia at the police playground.
Yeah.
Give your speeches. Let's shepherd you through an area of Kampala that doesn't have traffic, so you don't interrupt with other people's businesses. Interfere, sorry.
Yeah. Something.
Let's go to Parliament, we'll talk to them. You can remain outside, and 4 activists will go in there and present a petition. I told you this.
Yes.
And present a petition, and I wrote it on Twitter, and present a petition before a special sitting of Parliament. In the history of our republic, when have you seen that happen? When have you seen that happen?
Zero. Not even under basic.
That conversation is recorded. 16 minutes. It's recorded.
And you encourage them to record it too.
Yes. And I encourage them to record it too. Parliament tweeted and said, we are expecting, we don't know how they are going to come here, we're expecting 4 activists to present a petition before Parliament. At that time, I was appearing on KFM. Joseph Sabiti calls me. I didn't have his number.
Today when I was putting out a tweet about you, as the first person to retweet me. Just, I
No,
was
no,
very
no.
shocked. But please go.
I have given that man grief,
Yeah.
but I now actually understand him somehow.
The book, the text.
Yeah.
The text.
It makes sense.
Text. He called me that time. I told him I'd call you back. And before I called him back, I sent him messages and he said, the reason I needed to talk to you really was I'd seen your tweet of Parliament. That because I'd asked someone to ask him to call me because I didn't have his number genuinely. The reason I called you, I wanted to talk to you earlier. And the conversations are actually here.
Eh?
No, they're here. They are here.
Okay.
They're here. I don't like to lie.
Yeah. Okay. You like to be the factual person, and this is very helpful for the
I
podcast.
guess we are doing this, okay.
No. I have no problem with doing this.
I
Guys.
agree. It shouldn't be a problem.
Now, come to this. This is. No, for you, you're biased.
Okay.
Let me be the one to read.
The arbiter of truth. The unbiased man.
Yeah, the microphone. will pick it.
that? Monday.
22nd July.
The day before.
A call,
comes from.
then it misses, then they call back, you miss it, then you text them back. I'll call you back in 30 minutes.
What
You
time
are
was
still on
that
radio.
call?
That was the first call was at 4 p.m. at 5 p.m. Then you text them back at 7.
That person told me
50.
I have tried to call Sabiti. I can't get him. Here is his number.
Yeah.
I will also take you to those texts.
So yeah.
So I tell him,
Reason I've been calling earlier.
Show him why he called me. Read why.
So you
What
text
time did he
them.
call me?
Hi, I'll call you back in 30 minutes. I'm still on a radio. I'm still on KFM. So they go like, no problem. Sorry you called when I was driving. So you get back to them. Reason I'd been calling earlier was to see if there's a way some people can have a word at Parliament at the end of their march. Given how NUP guys are being bundled up, I thought cooler heads would prevail so we can avoid a bloodbath tomorrow. Then they respond, oh, okay, let's talk after your show. Then you go on, but I realize either side has dug in, so there might be no way out.
Let's let it.
Then you try to call again.
Yes. And he didn't take. He took the call.
Yeah.
And I told him, no, here. But I realized either side has dug in, so there might be
no way out. Yes. So he takes your call.
Yeah. And I told him strictly that the lines are drawn. Let's forget this. You understand?
Yes.
It reflects the same conversation I had with Kennedy. It reflects the same conversation I had with Otieno. I didn't have a conversation with Praise. I told her, you're in a noisy place. I don't hear you. I'll call you back. I did not call back because I'd already had a conversation with these other guys, and that vote wouldn't swing either way. But she went, doxed me, said I was calling
To get them to betray the cause.
to get them to betray the cause.
But we now know why, guys. We now know why.
Now
We know why.
I'll play for you.
Freire really makes it clear.
No,
You want to play part of the conversation? Are you feeling generous? Do you want to think about this for a few seconds?
no, okay. I know what Trevor is saying. Okay,
encourage
so
you.
I will play it in the break. But really, the conversation went along the lines of safety, go to Zambia, have your conversation, give your speeches, march with your placards, go to Parliament, 4 of you, special sitting, Parliament tweets about it. I tell them, guys, there's no deal. They put down the tweets. People march. The next day, it is sold to the outrage machine as he is betraying the cause. But what does the text do? It's feeding into a victim mentality where people are ready to.
It just shows a lack of trust in each other. And it's simple.
No, but it really does feed into the victim
saying,
mentality.
beyond a victim mentality,
Yeah.
it's pointing to a deeply cynical and trustless society.
Yeah, that's the
Keron,
society in which
it doesn't
we exist.
matter how much talk about anti-corruption. If you show up at the State House Investors Protection Unit, you're there to get money.
Yeah.
But before someone even goes to check out the work you have done,
Yeah, because you see,
you're an anvil.
the Musevenism of things is...
It is not
So- but the thing
Museveni.
is, go back to Freire.
No, but that is what people know about going
Yeah,
to
but
State
now
House.
you know you've read that text. It's
Yeah,
beyond
you have to
President
give people
Museveni.
a
I'm
benefit of
saying, Keron, from what you have read, do you put all the responsibility on His Excellence?
No, but not so many people have read the
So
Prodigy.
Musevenism as a term, we should do away with it. It is factually incorrect. It is. Wait, let me respond. It is disingenuous.
It's not incorrect,
It's
no.
disingenuous for us to blame the behavior of millions of people around one man and even give it a term, an ism. It's an unnatural phenomenon.
Yeah,
So, look, I've seen
It's
two
too
types
easy,
of
but-
people.
but
I've seen a
Keron,
Natif who
Keron,
goes to State
come
House.
on.
No. I've seen a Natif who goes to State House, right? For a cause, and I have seen a Nelson Tugume who goes to State House for a different
So,
cause.
is it Musevenism?
Yes.
Or Natif or Tugumeism?
No, it's
Because they go for two different reasons.
Okay,
And
it's
see
a
what man.
Tugumeism.
So is it Musevenism
No,
or
I agree.
Natifism or
It's a
Tugumeism?
Tugumeism. When-
It's too
yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
The state exists outside His Excellency President
Exactly.
Museveni.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been telling you, that it is
Okay,
it is
that is
not
very
right.
clear.
He's in control of his operations, and I want to call out state operatives, you guys. Squeezing our balls,
Is in control.
sodomizing. But guys, all of us are suffering in this thing. And we can all be
I want to
happy.
speak on the
We can share this country
But it will
in
bring
peace
us so
together.
far.
Without you, without you.
But Keron, it's not as easy.
Look at my producer.
It's not as easy as saying it's the fault of one man.
It is
Yeah,
a
it
very
is not.
funny word.
It's not
so
easy.
bad.
It's not
guys.
easy.
It is
I
a
want to tell you
misreading.
guys,
It is a misreading of history.
really so bad.
It is a misreading of
But
the
guys,
text.
stop, guys. But please stop sodomizing us and
Man.
torturing guys.
Just stop. That is
That violence comes back to you.
It,
Just
for me,
stop,
it is
guys.
big stake at large. really, but it is so bad.
They cannot told us that those stories are
There's this
unfounded.
play around.
But I'm saying
They cannot told us the
I don't
stories.
know
are
what I'm
unfounded.
saying. What I'm saying.
Museveni on this.
They cannot say the
Because
stories are
Museveni
unfounded.
is really pro
but in case they are true, and even beyond all this thing, guys, we are torturing fellow Ugandans.
That's it. I don't.
There's enough in this country for all of us to share and lead lives of dignity. All these things we are playing is because we are.
What do you guys feel about Bobby Wine's
by
post
forces
today,
beyond
where
our
he outed
control?
Someone who tortures.
Stop doing these things.
That general, that police guy who tortures people.
I don't think it's Bobby Wine who outed him.
Tabs, okay.
Tabs is my friend.
Tabs is my friend. He's former my colleague. I used to work with him or at campus together. Just
Again, a lot of the reactions that we are seeing are in the text.
What do you think? Yeah.
What do I think? What I think I already told Tabs in text. I have been doxed.
What do you mean doxed?
Doxing is the act of sharing someone's information on the internet, particularly for the purpose of having them harassed or having them attacked for some reason.
That's what Praise did. She's never apologized. She believes
She posted
did the
his
right
WhatsApp
thing.
number through the call, and
Oh,
she added
yeah, I remember
the
that
caption
saga.
that this man just called me.
I don't know why people feel that way though. Because you
is
see
doxing.
me, I had seen. Okay, no.
That's what
Keep
doxing
going.
is.
Yeah. And up to today, I've got threats on my life. I've
Yeah.
got threats on my daughter. Sometimes that girl is what, Trudy? Your friend?
Yeah.
Who made the list and said people should be stoned?
That
Trudy,
I should be
Trudy,
stoned.
this message is for you.
The-
You are revolutionary and you believe in revolutionary methods. But
Read.
they include educating yourself and others. Stoning people and beheading them as a tactic. It seems as a shortcut and you can even initiate it, but trust me, you don't want to go down that path. Now back to Natif.
Yeah, she wrote that. Some of my lawyers said, why don't you sue her?
She's poor. If you sued
No,
her,
no,
she,
no, no,
it's,
no,
it's
no,
true.
no.
I'm not poverty shaming is she wouldn't take it. You destroy her. But let's remember, let's have faith in all these oppressed people.
No. I told them, it's not helpful because I have interacted with the text. One of my friends today genuinely came out and said I was going to get laid, and then your conversation came up to Trudy, and she.
Okay, we're going into a very wild tangent here.
No. We're not going to the late part.
Amusebe kano panya gye tukutte ensanyusiza naye sigitegedde.
I still have very many things to answer for Natif. I don't want us to talk about that part.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Leave it.
Mwine ebyama.
You can read it in private and laugh alone. Don't read it loud.
Okay.
But anyway, the truth is, I read that, and anyone who cares about their life will quite frankly
Your boy.
will frankly be worried. But my response was, I felt sorry for people like them.
Nenga abaana balina obusungu bungi. Ekyo ekizibu.
Clearly, it even shows in those texts that Yavana Bobalino was Sungubunji.
This is today. Guy tells
Do you
me,
get the whole point?
Wakuba conversation about him being friends with Natif came up.
Babi kisajja kyattu.
And it's in line with that list.
Ne.
So they haven't been stoned, but people haven't been laid. Please.
What
I'm
I'm saying, guys, please bleep out this part of the conversation.
No.
One piece of the timeline, Natif. Big conversation.
No,
This is
but
my
haven't you
podcast.
seen?
Bleep out the name.
Okay, we are.
Okay. But I'm saying, ono musajja aba akanzeemu nnyo. Naawe okiraba.
No, genuinely, but you've read.
Ye ajja kwetegeera.
Did I know this conversation was coming up?
No.
But this guy was denied leg because a conversation about Natif came up. By people who worked on that list of stoning me. He wanted to lay one of them, and they're like, I can't give you leg. You're a sellout. That is sad. Manange, without tools of fighting oppression, this involves denying people leg.
I find it foolish
You guys, let's
that
wrap this
people
podcast
want to
up.
think that Natif is a sellout for being as transparent as for Public Square being as transparent. Trevor, give us closing remarks. On
No,
this.
are we
Guys,
closing?
it's very simple.
I don't have-
the litmus test. the litmus test is
Trevor,
this.
now preach.
The litmus test is this, guys. Judge people but what they by why they say they are going to do,
just like Jesus,
and what
really.
they have
Yeah.
done. Yes. I invite you guys to engage with public square work. This is not frivolous work that we do. We don't do it under the protection of anyone. We are currently volunteering on this, and we're in the same position you are in. As we have seen, we are all inextricably linked together. This is not something we can hide from. No one is doing more than the other. All the guys who came together in solidarity for everyone who was unfairly put in prison for expressing themselves did such a commendable job. But let us not let that solidarity go to waste. Let us make it mean something by educating ourselves and not harming our own self-interests. Because we do that sometimes. And to see whose efforts are contributing. Do we have an aligned goal? And to look for that before we dismiss people, so that our community will be bigger and this size will be stronger. And eventually, the number of people who want freedom will outnumber those who don't want freedom. And hopefully, I really hope that no one has to die for this to happen. I really hope, and it might be utopian as you say, that through education, we can raise the view of each other's dignity, and that we can change our fears, both fears of freedom for us who don't have it, and fears of the freedom who have it oppress us, and that we can live together somehow within this country. It has been reconfigured multiple times. There is a time Bagisu thought they would have to send an ambassador to Entebbe to represent them in Uganda, and it's 2024.
I think they have sent Natif, but
I'm saying,
I'm
guys,
joking.
there are multiple ways we can coexist with each other, but they're not going to be easy. They're going to take a lot of grown-up work in making relationships, in approaching reality as it is. But again, as you have seen from our text, we can't escape that.
How do you want to conclude from Paul? From Freire?
I'm saying, guys, please read the book. Even him says no one is going to be a savior or keeper of this knowledge. This pedagogy has to happen in a community. Whoever is reading this book and is interested in discussing it, you know my Twitter handle.
So
They know
reach out.
what other
You know
square
what public
is.
square
I am
is.
going to come back. Unfortunately, I was given this book yesterday. So I did not have really enough time to go through it. But I promise you guys, Public Square, that me and Kenneth will be back here.
To discuss.
Because I already shared this with Kenneth. He's reading it extensively. I am going
Please
to
make
read
sure
it.
you tell Kenneth that
Yes.
his article was the equivalent
on the history
of-
part. On the history part.
On the history
It's
part.
shaky.
And we're going to
Shaky,
come back
you're being
together.
very
We're going to have a
generous.
4-people conversation because we as big conversations can afford that. And we'll have it on just this book.
Okay.
Probably.
We should also link it.
But I really feel like the book is in that direction we also want to be.
Yes.
Ha-
Just a
you
few
haven't
education
talked about
points.
the sewage thing?
Okay, this was the analogy
All right?
that I likened our state to a huge mansion. And each institution is a room. And all these rooms have toilets that lead to a clogged sewage system. It has been clogged by many years of flashing tissue papers, diapers. And now the sewage line is clogged. So we all know it has to be unclogged. But who's willing to push his hand there and pull out this whole knot of these things? The political dirty work has to be done by someone.
Yes.
It is not appealing.
This is what Kenneth's article, by the way, is about.
Yes.
No, wait.
That political dirty work is not cute. The stench down in the sewers is overwhelming. But it's not something that just has happened today. It has been continuously building up to 2024. So we have to go down there in the catacombs, in the sewers, to find the points which have been jammed, to open them, and all this shit flows and goes out, and we have relief. We can't. We are constipated and we are fighting against each other.
Yeah.
That is the challenge that we face. It's an ugly metaphor, but that's how sometimes I think of it, guys.
It is exactly what Martha Nussbaum says in her book, The Monarchy of Fear. We have to will ourselves every day to have the hope necessary to give the democratic process a chance. At the end of the day, we have activists who are every day going to say the sewers are clogged, we can't shit, we are oppressed. Now that whole we are oppressed thing also applies to the oppressors.
Not in the same way, but it does.
Yes, they are in the same house,
actually really makes that clear even in
except their rooms are up there, so they can shit, and they still have pipe.
But us in the
And
basement,
flowing
we are
water.
suffering.
Us in the basement,
We are suffering.
We are suffering.
But none of the shit is going out.
Yeah, none of the shit is going out. The septic tanks have burst.
And the whole compound stinks.
And the whole compound stinks. But they're up there. So, when we free...
Natif, one last question.
No, wait.
Okay.
When we free the clogged sewers, we are not necessarily just freeing them
For us in the basement.
for us in the basement.
For everybody.
Now, oftentimes people who say, ono Chagulanyi, oba Besigye, Omuntu, when they come into power, it's going to be better. You know what they're saying? When they go to the top floors of this house whose sewers are clogged, things are going to get better. Because they know me.
And they will pull me up to the
They
upper
will
rooms.
pull me up to the upper rooms. All you're doing is you're replacing the people who are enjoying the stench or suffering under the stench with the people who are enjoying the
stench.
rarefied atmosphere up there, the nice air.
AC.
Is that liberation?
No.
That is what outrage farming does. It defines people. You're at the basement level, the tanks have burst, you're getting the stench. The other guys are on the top floor, they still have shitting rooms, and they have the breeze from the lake.
Like Karamaji will say, you
So,
look like a basement guy.
do you guys
You need
feel
to be
like,
up here to breathe
since-
fresh air? But maybe Karamaji, I'm here asking the guy,
Trevor and Natif
what is
from
the
Public
clock?
Square.
You
I
are
want to
help?
ask you both
Karamaji, that
something.
is possible.
Now, Public Square is saying,
Yeah.
we don't have much of a gloved hand,
No.
but we know that we need to dip our hand in the sewer system and pull out a few things.
So,
With our meager resources,
yeah.
that's what we are doing.
Do
And
you
we are
feel
getting
like-
a lot of shit on our face and on our clothes, and the public is saying, oh, you are in a B.
Do you feel like Natif and a
That's
Public
it. Is
Square?
that a good
Trevor,
enough
both
analogy for you?
Both you. Yeah. I want that, but I also want an answer to this question. So,
Yeah.
do you feel like, since both of you are from Public Square, so this is just addressed to Public Square.
We have more people than just the two of us.
Yeah,
now.
but both of you are from Public Square.
Yeah.
According to with whoever else is under Public Square.
Many
Do you
hardworking
feel
people.
And I appreciate them. I really commend the work Public Square does on a personal level. So, but I want to be bleak about that and just speak from a public perspective. Do you feel like you are privileged? As Public Square, do you feel like it's privilege for you to seek out for activism?
What do you mean seek out for activism?
I mean, it's the only option you have to do.
I want you to try,
since you have
I want you to
been
try to
successful in
rephrase that
business.
question.
No, we haven't really been as successful in business as we would have wanted.
I mean, so
I mean-
you see,
Are
two things.
you meaning that is Public Square existent in its position
Because
of
of-
Natif's business success?
No, it shouldn't be.
I'm asking. Is that the question?
Exactly. I want to ask that.
No.
Trevor should.
Yeah, Trevor. Yeah, exactly.
It's
I
there
d-
because
I
of
don't
my
have-
business failures.
Is Public Square
As
in
well.
existence
Let me-
because
let me
of
ask-
its founders'
let me answer that question.
business success?
I don't have a salary for Public Square.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I'm answering it in multiple ways to answer your question fully. I take no salary for Public Square now. We have no institutional support yet. When I met the Public Square team, the organization hadn't taken shape yet.
Okay.
Its idea, its premise was the only interesting thing of saying, how do we intervene in our social reality without being partisan and doing so in a way that includes as many people as possible.
Okay.
I wanted that.
And
everyone
Yeah.
in Public Square is there because of this reason. It is not a privilege.
All right.
We are in this podcast discussing this because we're in a position where controversy is treating us like people who have sold out. It's not a small accusation to be called someone who has sold out a generation, to be called someone who has sold out your youth to a dictatorship, to evil. It's not something small. So it's not a privilege. The work, we are all aware before we joined how hard this work would be. No one had any illusions. So it's not a privilege. All of us are constantly scared of all the troubles that affect all our other comrades in this. Nothing special about us.
Nothing special about
all
them.
Potential candidates of all the behavior they're facing, because again, we know why. We know. So it's not a privilege. It's just the promise is alluring for me. I want not to easily put this behind us, but I desire a society that's better than this one, and that's why I'm in public square. And I take risks for that. One of them is being in public square. I had a life of relevant privacy. Even at my biggest success in the art world, people wouldn't know me in this controversy. I would have a business that's not taxed. How would they tax it? They don't know. I would have access to all the platforms people think I want to now, and I've had them. It was a conscious decision to leave the privilege of working as a cultural worker to now come to work in activism.
He's very modest. He's one of the best.
I'm not even playing to it, guys.
Curators in Sub-Saharan Africa.
What we're doing this is not a privilege. Like we read as we began, it's something we cannot ignore.
True.
We can, in a good conscience, no adult whose brain is functioning can say, I'm a political, I don't care about politics, I'm living my life. It's now impossible. And that's the thing. That's the promise of public square. That is why I joined. Natif reached out to me via Twitter. A Twitter DM.
Because Walio Kuba,
I didn't know this man until then.
If I hadn't reached out, if he wasn't in public square and didn't have the benefit of this time in public square, he would be part of the people calling me names and calling me a sellout.
But yeah, most of the pretty women that I abuse on Twitter, I've taken out, and I've apologized personally. But my several days were brutal. But you guys, outrage
continue. Sorry for interrupting
is
you.
not enough.
Yeah.
And I know this through personal experience. My life hasn't changed in ways that are tangible financially to say that I'm now rich, so I'm insulated. I'm actually worse off for joining activism than I was before.
And because Tony keeps insisting that activism is actually really expensive.
It is a very expensive endeavor on all fronts.
And I've seen that. I've
on
seen
all
that
fronts.
up front.
You have experienced this.
Yeah, I've experienced that.
It's one of the most expensive hobbies
Truly.
you ever have.
It's rough.
So guys, I know this for real.
And I think this
let me just wrap this up quickly. I know this from my experience. This is how I know that it is difficult for every comrade out there who has been caught up in this exchange. It is it removes dignity from you to go into a prison that shaves your hair when you're in remand. It removes dignity from you to be made squat like that and slapped around when you have committed no crime.
Wear a yellow uniform with no underwear.
It takes dignity from you to sleep like an animal on cold floors amongst other people who are crowded like you. So guys, this is a very expensive thing, and no one is, at least for me in public square, there's no glory we expect to come from this, but we are all here because we are afraid of what our society will become if we don't intervene. And everyone, please, as you're intervening, let's educate ourselves. Let's make sure that we do the best we can to minimize our contribution to the contradiction we are caught in.
You've monstered both Paul Freire and Mark Manson. Natif, your last thoughts. You can still address the same question. Do you feel like it's a privilege that you have been very successful at business and now you have the luxury to be an activist?
I would laugh because if I didn't have to laugh, I would have to cry because that's the...
It's okay, you can cry. It's a safe
I mean, we have all forgotten of your past. Personally, I know that it has been such a struggle to get here, but that doesn't matter to the common man.
Yeah, so I see a lot of people, and I told this to Joel.
What the theory?
Mukisa?
No, not Mukisa.
Okay.
Of what the theory.
What the theory, yeah.
That a lot of people platformed me and took my decisions, my conversations seriously because They thought, oh, he's a millionaire. He has a lot of money. He has what?
So he can afford, like Bill Gates, you can afford
No.
That's the argument.
No.
All right.
No. He has made money, therefore his decision is valid. We go back to Guy Debord. We live in the society of the spectacle. There's very little difference between the Natif after exiting Guardian to the Natif before exiting Guardian. The only difference is I started using Twitter more, while previously I used to use the Namilyango page, and I would write long essays about what I thought wasn't right. I would get into fights with state actors. I would sit with a few ministers here and there and tell them to their face while we drink whiskey in Bugolobi at La Ville, which sadly closed. I would tell them my mind, and they didn't feel like I was coming at it from, I hate you. I was coming at it from, we both care about our country, and I think you can fix some of these things and ensure that the public good goes around quite a bit. If you challenge people who are in that, you're from Namilyango, you know that Nakoba page, to go back 6 years ago.
Yeah.
To the things I used to write about, they were actually a lot more radical than I write about now. A lot of them were anti-government, but
people don't see where my deep root comes from, but it's really from there, from the Nakoba page.
A lot of them were anti-government, but
I have no WhatsApp group for my former high school.
Some.
Sorry for you. Please go on.
Are you hissing?
SSS.
Anyway, those were smart boys. They were not Namilyango boys.
I'm sorry I distracted you.
So, my belief in the social good being spread around a lot more and a lot better and in a more just way doesn't happen because I want Twitter likes. I was in WhatsApp groups with ministers. I was in WhatsApp groups with judges up to the Supreme Court. And you'd say something and they respond and they're angry. Then tomorrow you say something and then they clap for you. And really, that was it. This is not new. So when I exited Guardian, if the systems worked better, probably I would have exited Guardian when it was maybe an $100 million business. But I had to exit at a time where it was actually taking off even further, to the extent that less than a year later, the value doubled. But that's a story for another day.
Should have held your stocks.
No, you can't. You don't have that option.
Should have done insider
because
trading.
the system has screwed you over ab initio.
You should have told me before you sold, so I buy stocks.
No. I'm not salty. I'm actually very glad that now the company is in hands that are going to further the dream. When I started the company, I was a grad student at the University of Washington, who could have had the option of finishing my program, getting into a PhD program, and written papers and being celebrated in all these Western capitals as talking about, the challenges of good quality medicine access in Sub-Saharan Africa and all that stuff. I'm like, you know what? Public health can also be driven by commerce. I come from a region where, in some instances, 30% of the medicines are counterfeit.
30%?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I mean, this is published data. So I'm like, do I stay here, get through school, graduate, get a fancy job in the Western world, get married, white picket fence, 2 dogs, I have 3 now, go to church on Sunday, have ice cream after, celebrate, have Caucasian babies, and live the American dream? Or do I go back and do something about it?
The option was go back home,
Do something about it.
do something about it.
Because of course of also your background.
Yes.
which is
Today,
one of the aspects.
Guardian serves millions of prescriptions. And for me, that makes me happy beyond the economic outcome as an individual I get.
Yeah.
I see the people I've mentored in that company running the company. A guy who is not yet 30 is running a multi-million-dollar business. And he showed up as a rookie. He wasn't even a registered pharmacist, the smarkist.
Shout out all the
Cedric.
rookies out there.
Shout out to all the rookies out there. Now, when I study that, I'm like, is our state giving rookies a chance?
No.
This rookie put me out of a game. And I celebrated that. And it's a good thing. So what happens to all the rookies who are not getting a chance? What's happening to them? Their futures are going.
Gone. Their futures are gone.
No, they are not gone. They
Okay,
can
not-
be salvaged.
Only if the rookies decide to participate in that effort.
Now, is the answer going to come from labeling President Museveni and his government as the bad guys and labeling whoever is saying this is wrong as a good guy?
Too simple, guys. It's too easy.
What's the difference between me waking up in the morning, between me and the guy who wakes up in the morning and says, tomorrow the sun is going to rise from the east and set in the west. The sky is blue.
It's too easy, guys.
It's too easy.
Too easy. And people like the easy things, right? They don't see that is why.
But
they're
now,
failing
but
at
guys,
life.
now we know why.
Yes.
Now we know why.
The answer cannot honestly
why.
lie.
In the easy part.
In the easy, it cannot lie from you saying President Museveni is the problem. He's human like any of us.
But
What
however,
happens-
he is the problem right now because
No,
after a length of years.
please don't reduce this to one individual.
All right.
I mean, okay, to support Keron, when guys were being punched in the parliament of Uganda for the political benefit of this one man, right? We saw those videos, right?
We saw them.
We cannot say that this man is
innocent
so
of the-
apart from it.
Yeah, like
Please bring him back.
Trevor, we have to put him in the equation.
President Museveni.
Like the leader,
No.
the fish
Part
not
of
from the
problem.
head, Natif.
You are-
This
you are
saying
part
is
of the
not for
problem
fun.
in a big way.
We will quote everyone.
You
we want
had
to
multiple
quote.
opportunities to
That's
say, you know
it.
what, let me just leave this thing.
Totally.
But your
Trevor is
decision
my guy now.
to decide to stay on this thing for this long has
Your point is
contributed
valid.
significantly to these problems.
But we make substance from what.
But it's not only you. Other people have also contributed in their own ways to maintaining our contradiction. But your contribution in this house is a foundation. Omusingi.
Now, I understand Trevor's outrage, and oftentimes I think that we all agree.
Hey, apart from you, you
No,
seem
no.
to never have agreed. By
No, the beauty of public square is that we respect disagreement.
disagree to agree.
Please, state
yeah.
actors, guys, don't get me, guys. I'm just begging you guys. Please.
No.
We'll get
Truthfully,
you out. Now I know the warehouses. We'll
I,
get you.
I do not believe that Uganda's problems start and end with
one
President
man.
Museveni.
That's true.
That's true.
It is extremely reductionist. It is extremely myopic.
Yeah.
Not myopic. Natif. Okay.
But it's
No,
reductionist.
allow me.
Natif,
It's not myopic, but it's reductionist.
Allow this
I
point.
agree. Yeah.
Please. I want you to say that our president, His Excellency, has contributed in a significant way to our present contradictions. That is
Yes.
it's not reductionist. It
Of
is
course,
true.
of course, of
Okay.
course, of course,
Go ahead.
of course. He is not without blame.
Please continue. Let me just.
But as we've seen in the West, in Libya, as we've seen in Egypt,
Sudan.
yeah, we were having this conversation a few hours ago, out of the podcast, in Sudan, and all these other places. Even in Kenya, where we borrowed this leaderless, tribeless thing, and ignored the fact that they had their 2007, 2008 moment.
Which guys claim didn't exist? Most of you said Kenyans are out in the streets because their government has ever harmed them. That was very wrong.
Yeah.
And you have seen how this has ended. These guys went out and protested regardless of the threat to their lives.
Yes. So, we have refused merely to read history. If we read history and the text in its totality,
you'll understand that FDC, NUP, NRM, is DP still a thing?
It is. I don't
Yeah,
know.
DP and all these parties that haven't been formed. JEMA. And people like me who are partyless, and yourself, probably.
I'm also coming independently, by the way, for MP.
Yeah. Against Joel.
Yeah, against
Senyon.
Yes.
That's a hard paper.
It's not.
The Noopists really want to
My
love
plan
that
is
man.
solid.
But I will show that this, bro.
I mean, it's really not about NUP.
You guys are shitting on my parade.
Yeah, but please
Okay,
finish.
please go ahead.
I was on a roll here.
No, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Anyway, yeah, we quickly realized that if we read our history, and you go back to the campaigns in the 80s and you listen to President Museveni's conversations, and then you read his sowing the mustard seed, the first one, not this other one that was written for, I don't know, God knows what. When you read his texts over the time, he is thinking at the same wavelength. No, it's an insult to him to say he's thinking at the same wavelength as some of the people who are on the streets.
No, it's not an insult, it is true. He was thinking at the same wavelength as the people on the streets.
Well, yeah. If you reduce it to that, yeah.
We now have the privilege of time, so we know. But please go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, let's say he was thinking at the same wavelength.
He had the same anxieties.
Yes. Yeah, to the extent that, yeah. You know, wavelengths, if you study waves, you'll vibrate within a certain...
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so if that is the thing, yes, he was thinking at the same wavelength. But he also immersed himself in the text. A lot of his contribution in the bush, and I laugh at people who say, President Museveni was in Sweden, he was in Nairobi with his family, and he was in this. He didn't shoot bullets, he didn't do what? A lot of revolutionary struggles are informed by, they are made or broken by knowledge.
It's true.
As we have seen. So don't underestimate the people whose power is knowledge and how to organize people. Now, President Museveni, over time, he was, as you referenced Nabudere, that we Bagisu still idolize, and we don't understand how we've ended up with Agnes Nandutu, this other Chitutu lady, as representatives of Bugisu
Even
at national level. Even Nambeshe.
You took Bobby Wine, and then Noop said His Royal Highness of Bugisu. Bugisu has never had a king. The only man who rules over another man in Bugisu is the one who has been circumcised twice. And there's no such thing.
How can you be circumcised?
Exactly. There's no other thing.
It doesn't exist.
Once a man is circumcised, he's a king in Bugisu. So Nambeshe, wakukolere bubi nabi,
But it's okay.
ne hwakulindire mukona, ibunanga bawo. Anyway, we shall settle our differences when Nambeshe comes to Bunangavu. But we digress. President Museveni is now captured by his own system.
Yeah.
He's not different than the most Republican president this country has ever had, Apollo Milton Obote,
who came back twice.
He and his system are part of the people who have to be liberated. We need to reset the deck. And we cannot reset the deck by keeping out the people who are actually running the ship. You know what happens in that case? You're in the middle of turbulent waves, and you're saying, let's reset the deck, and we are throwing over the people who are running this ship. They have guns, they have all the powers of coercion. What's going to happen? They'll throw you overboard into the wave that you say you're fighting. Boom. Prison, death. They'll kill you, feed you to medical schools. You serve as cadavers for the kids who didn't go to the streets, who believe like you, who they are dissecting so they can see the sciatic nerve. You understand?
Yes.
That's what that book says. The best place to challenge power from is where?
I disagree with this at some point, but he says in the inside.
That's what the literature says. You have to deal with power as if you're part of power.
Do you disagree with that?
No, what I can say to augment it is power exists, and it exists in such a way that is complex that you have to study it to know its true nature. Power is not it exists both as an actual reality, but it is also only given by people. So it is both exists as something real and something invisible at the same time. But the thing is, you have to study it critically to know where it lies. You can't approach any discussion in the contestation of power without trying to understand what the true nature of power is and where it lies in the context you are in.
Yeah. So anyway, we cannot try to reset the deck by wishing the people who are the captains of the ship away. Even when we are seeing the iceberg, we are in the Titanic, you see the iceberg.
My favorite guys were those guys who kept playing their violins at the
Now,
same
I was coming to that. The conductors of the public entertainment, which in today's times is social media likes and retweets, are going on playing
And shares. Yeah.
the violin.
As the
Like
Titanic
everything is okay.
sinks. As the ship
Okay,
sinks.
they're not saying that. I mean, they're just playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I said,
Things are
I mean,
sinking.
but
Yes,
the
yes.
ship is sinking,
But
but
they're
to them
playing.
they're unmoved, they're untouched, they're unbothered.
yes, because they are getting excitement from the crowd that is cheering them on. The captain is also riding along. He has not seen the iceberg because he's in probably some waitress in the ship is blowing him off or something.
I mean, that's a huge jump, but it's possible.
No. This doesn't apply to the president. But I'm using the Titanic. He's getting pleasure from seeing his dream getting met. My people are happy. My ideology is moving. These people are saying the ship is sinking. He's like, I'm the captain. Why do you tell me the ship is sinking? You guys are foreign funded. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You guys are in this place. You understand?
Yeah.
Now we need more canaries in the coal mine, no pun intended.
That's
that are
funny.
going to say, there's smoke here, something is burning. The solution is not in putting more wood. The solution is in finding fire extinguishers. When we stop that fire, we are protecting not only us, we're also protecting the arsonist because we are on this ship. And if it burns, everyone,
Sinks.
do you understand that analogy?
Yes, totally.
So if the arsonist is closer to the fire extinguisher or
It's
to
easier
the
to pick it up.
water hose,
Yeah.
Okay, to wrap it up, guys. Uganda
No.
is a small country in East Africa. You'll be surprised, but very few people care about us except us.
yes,
We are alone. We're a landlocked country in East Africa. Even outside, even in our own African countries, there are very people who know that Uganda exists.
yeah,
So you have to realize how close we are together and how much we need each other. It might appear very big, but very few people know about us in reality. I was in Senegal. And you guys, I'm from Uganda. Like, oh, Idi Amin. That's all they know.
yeah.
That
Even
I
in
agree.
Nigeria, I was leaving the
Yes.
airport
Yes.
in Nigeria.
Yes.
And this guy said, you need to greet me and what, bless me. I gave him some money. I had enough naira. And I wasn't going to use it. And like, man, are you Idi Amin's cousin? And he was dead serious. Why do you have so much naira? Like, is that all you know about Uganda? It's that bad. So we cannot necessarily divorce our agency and say,
people are coming to help us. The solution is here. The ship is sailing into an iceberg. There's a fire on board. And we are saying, we are in the deep seas. You are the one who started this fire. Therefore, Chivem, you who is telling this guy to grab the fire hose because he's close to it, a traitor. Now you're part of those people who have got us, who have started the fire. That's not a solution. The destination is the success of Uganda. These NRM people are all invested in it. We cannot wish them away. They are Ugandans. We cannot say your political views rob you of your Ugandanness. They have as much a stake in Uganda as we do, and we have to solve our problems together in a way that doesn't demonize anyone. Let's reset the deck. Let's reset the deck. Let's put out the fire. Let's have our contestations internally on our terms, and let's build a country that works for everyone.
It's very simple.
It's a very simple thing.
As black people in the small East African country, there is no one more interested in our own well-being than us.
All right.
Those are the terms.
Yeah, those are the terms.
To know that for real, there is no savior. There is no consultant who is coming to solve this.
I answered that today.
President Museveni is as much a savior of Uganda as Bobby Wine.
It's true. The text,
once you understand that,
the text tells us, but you just have to.
President Museveni, I look into the camera, is as much a savior of Uganda as Bobby Wine, as Muhoozi, as Trevor,
as Keron.
As Keron. As anyone in activism, the earlier, that's why I labored to explain to you the fire analogy and the ship.
I'm saying even the text has it. A part on oppressors who turn around to join the oppressed in their fight for liberation.
Yes.
Please read the text. Reflect.
Understand it, and
invite your friends. Don't read it alone. Invite them to read it with you in reflection.
I sent it to Martin. I hope he's
and you will understand.
Yeah.
Genuinely, you will understand why Public Square says we are going to be non-partisan. We use the sinking ship analogy. Opposition politicians agree that the ship is sinking. Okay? NRM people agree that things are not going the way they are supposed to.
Yeah.
We are saying the ship is sinking.
Everyone agrees on that.
There's fire on the ship. The people who are closer to the water hose
and the extinguishers
are the NRM people.
And some opposition candidates.
We can't wish them away. You understand?
You have to work with
everyone
who genuinely desires.
I remember this in the text, by the way. In the introduction, in the theory, it really expounds on that.
It's there.
Classism. So where he tries to explain.
But you guys, me to be honest, I said my piece on the podcast. I want to go and use the bathroom.
Please go.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, so ina ubanzi kukubanga afuka buli kaseera. Seriously, I'm joking. Yeah. It's been a bit disappointing to see people on the same sinking ship. Calling out other people as traitors for working with people who are closer.
Yeah, that explains
to the
why
sales.
People don't really understand the cause, right? And that's
they are in the middle of this big thing. They are going around. They are enjoying a concert which is informed by dopamine hits
and
on social media,
and they don't really get it. To understand the cause for it to be effective. People need to understand the cause for it to be effective. But if people are still there in some utopia and they're like an aeroplane that has nowhere to land, it's just in space, it becomes tricky.
Yeah, because what dominates our lives really is we have a landlord to pay after 30 days.
We have mouths to feed. Some have girlfriends who are and boyfriends who are asking for money. They have kids whose fees they have to pay.
Yeah.
Politics starts looking like a sideshow. A lot of our people have not read a book in ages. You will ask your friends, Keron, how many of you over the last 9 months have read one book and completed it?
The one thing I really do for my friends is to share with them a lot of literature.
Sharing with them literature and having them read it are two different things. We are seeing in the activist space people who claim to have read and understood this, just 40 pages, 60 pages. And they're acting exactly how a book written in 1964 is saying they would act. Prisoners of the moment, forever chasing this magical revolution that erases the oppressor, quote unquote. And you're like, you're not going to reinvent the wheel. That's impossible.
That's very impossible.
It's impossible. You have to work with your perceived oppressor to get to a point of freedom that you want. And once you know what freedom
Martin,
feels
please
like.
Listen to this because I don't want any more questions about why Natif does what he does. Okay.
And if you have a taste of freedom, perhaps you will like it and you will fight for it. In the 1700s, the Americans dealt with this. They fought.
Also, do you feel like comparing America, which is like 400 years ahead, is a misconception? Do you feel like we are at that level where we have to achieve what America is on about?
I mean, we just saw the folly of comparing Kenya to Uganda. People just... they copied the Kenyan Gen Z moment up to copying.
I feel like they failed to copy.
No. You cannot jump through certain stages. The revolution happens in a wave, in multiple waves. So what we copied from Kenya was, leaderless, whatever. They repeated it like it was the gospel.
Yeah.
They copied the artwork. And up to today, people share, tomorrow there's a march, and no one shows up. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, after the arrest, no one showed up.
Yeah. But also Kenya has had its 2007-2008 moment. And quickly reset the deck. They had their fire. And realized that, oh, wow. The solution is in everyone coming together.
Yeah, which we lack.
Let's
First, we really have people who have now just focused on bashing you.
It's not about me. Please don't reduce it to me.
True. Okay. Say... bashing anyone.
I understand this was going to come. I've read the text. I understand it. I've lived it a bit.
Nice.
So that's fine. In fact, my people castigated to me at lunch, my public square people, that these days you're responding a bit more angrily. And they brought me back to the text. They brought me back to the foundational documents of public square, and I apologized. And as you see, I haven't sent any angry tweet since. And I did apologize to the people that I offended by my responses, and that's fine. The people who have called me all sorts of names. I saw one call me Father Abraham. I have apologized to all of them. But what I see is a bigger challenge. And again, to go back to Kenya, that you have a lot of people who have been existing outside the public policy space, coming around, and suddenly they're the biggest activists this country has ever had because they're looking for dopamine hits. I've shared this, I have 100,000 views. Oh, I'm going back home, I'm famous. Anyone who says something different, Oli Kampi, Oli Kasiru, Wabachi, all that stuff. But they haven't picked up a book in ages. I feel sorry for such people. And I pray that one day they will come to this understanding and inform themselves as to the machine they are raging against. Outrage is not enough. Anyone can get angry. We're not your kids that you think you can get angry at and shout at.
So
even for those kids, that's abuse. Channel that anger into informing yourself as to what you're facing.
Yeah.
Channel your anger into thinking about you being on a ship that's sinking and is burning down. And someone says, that person you're calling the oppressor is closer to the fire hydrant, to the water hydrant. Ask them to pass it to you, because if they don't pass it to you in the next 20 minutes, the thing is down. And you're all going.
They have the nozzle to the fire extinguisher.
Yes.
Sure.
So it takes a bit of maturity to be able to see beyond your own personal interests and your own happiness that comes from being celebrated online and not being abused. It comes from that understanding that this issue is bigger than your own personal comfort. That tomorrow, if I died, or when I die, I want my daughter to be able to enjoy this. I want my son, my future children, my future sons, my future daughters, everyone, my grandkids to be able to enjoy this. Only way you do that? Education.
Education. So how do we really bring, is this why you make it a point to respond with clarity?
Yes, that's why I try, and I failed in the recent few days. Nange ni muntu.
Olemwa.
Nemwa. But I try as much as possible to respond in a respectful manner.
Yeah.
And hope I teach. Tomorrow, if Bobby Wine is in power, there are elites who have an elite bargain with the state today. They derive their privileges from the state. They have connections in the security circles. Their friends run the army. They're not going to be wished away. They're not going to just vanish. The justice system is full of them. They're not going to just leave because somehow we've changed presidents. Mm-hmm. Even if Bobby Wine came and lifted the Montua 1C to the top and said power belongs to the peasant, he will be overthrown very quickly. We have history to tell us that. You have Thomas Sankara, whose t-shirts they wear, whose speeches even President Museveni quotes today.
You also have the book called How Dictatorships Work, which is a scientific study of
I
all
have that
dictatorial
book up there.
regimes.
Have you guys read Everything is Fact? by Mark Manson?
From all dictatorial regimes from the Second World War up to contemporary times.
It's not new.
If you want a PDF, I'll also send. I'll leave with Keron with one.
Yeah, leave me
I
one.
shall leave a Google
But
Drive
leave me
link.
the
Where
link as
everyone
well.
can access it.
All right.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, look at how
Galunga, are you going to read the books?
Thomas Sankara came into power, 83. Popular movement. He actually set out to do exactly what he said he was going to do. He was a Marxist to the core. Power belongs to the people. Please don't despise women. Burkina Faso. It's a country of upright men. Sankara said, women, hold up the other half of the sky. That's a literal quote from him. He came out, preached equality. Tonyo Mamuntu,
oba wa wansi oba oli wa waggulu. The people who had an elite bargain with the state that he replaced overthrew him
Even though
and killed him.
Freire is against that, though.
No, he isn't.
Against what?
Against, he says it's hypocritical for you to do away with the classes of people. Really, there's always going to be a distinction between the poor and the rich.
I mean,
But how you resolve them is important.
how you resolve those contestations
It's very important.
is very important. In Norway, not everyone has the same wealth,
True.
but there's social safety nets. So building a social safety net that I am not consigned to a life of destitution by accident of birth is what leadership should be about. It's how you distribute the social good. Now, if we exist in the politics of Komanyoko, oli kampi, toina kyotugamba, oli kasiru, oli chi, how are we going and we have the intellectuals who are leading the activism space coming out and playing into that because it's theater?
Stella Nyanzi has a case to that.
No.
What she
Stella
does
Nyanzi is a legend.
What she does is different. Stella Nyanzi is calling the system that in an act of a radical reversal to say let's remove all this strange theater of respect that is around these things.
Stella Nyanzi, there's a book about her brand of activism.
She's not,
read it and you'll understand it.
Read the book. Read
the book, please.
Okay.
And also Stella Nyanzi is available for you to reach out to.
True.
And I'm sure if you found out how
Yes.
to do that, she will be willing to explain to you her approach.
Yes.
But it's not the same thing as what is happening.
Okay.
Yeah, don't reduce
All right.
the absurdity that we are seeing now to Stella Nyanzi. There was a method to that madness.
An explained method.
Unexplained
to
method
that madness.
to that madness. I think they call it radical what?
Rudeness.
Radical rudeness.
Semakade's whole jam too is in that vibe. And he
Like
says,
you with the
and,
safe
and he says it
corridor.
clearly. Semakade says
No,
it clearly.
self-corridor is not rudeness.
Semakade says it clearly. His radical rudeness is inspired heavily by Stella's practice.
Truly.
Especially her poetry.
He's told me that face to face. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the same. And really, I'm believing the podcast has ended. Now we are just vibing.
Now, wrap it up so that we can now chill.
Okay. Tony is the one concluding. After Tony, I'll close the podcast.
Yeah, like really, I think we need a reset. We need to pay attention to that burning ship analogy. We need to understand that the people that the public calls oppressors and the oppressed all have a stake in the success of this country. We can't wish anyone away. We need to have a collective bargain. People can disagree. We didn't want to come out and say Oli Musiru. Based off of the hours we've spent reading the text, going back into history, we really, some of these texts we had at heart. It is the foundational text that started Public Square,
Yeah.
as you've seen. We could have said that elitism that gets a Karamaji to say this man looks poor, so therefore I should appeal to my audience by dissing his poverty.
And Karamaji, you're right. I'm poor, but that's the reason you should critique me. Critique me for my ideas and my contribution.
Yeah. So we come from that position, not that we are sellouts. I mean, sellout to President Museveni, he's also a fellow prisoner in this thing, as we have showed.
Oh, yeah.
His people are also fellow
As the
prisoners.
text shows.
Yes,
Yeah.
everyone is scared. They just are closer to the fire extinguishers and the fire hose
Than the rest of us.
in a sinking
Yeah.
ship.
And we need them.
We need everyone
We need them as much as they need,
need
us.
us.
as they need us. So people who say we don't have leverage,
This is our leverage.
This is the citizens' leverage. So when I responded in shock at people who said, what leverage do we have? I actually had forgotten that people do not read, a lot of them. So I assumed that these smart people who talk about numbers and robots and what, they have interacted with this text. I am sorry.
That is one of them.
No, this one is now.
But it's combated.
Has now
by
been
the end of
combated.
this podcast.
Yeah. It's and we met the other day and
Yes.
I tried to explain and he kept asking me these questions and I'm like, oh, man, they get exhausting. But now I'm hoping that we have
combated.
tried as much as possible. Nothing can be explained in the space of one podcast. But I'm hoping that with time we normalize these conversations.
And I want to play a very, 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 very big role on that.
And thank you.
You're doing it, man.
I want it to be continuous. Anytime Public Square wants to call on me, I am there.
The big convo people.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please platform other people as well.
Definitely. I think the NRM has that in them that we don't want to platform them, but I want to assure them
please
that I
platform
want
NRM.
anyone
They
that
have
wants to
an
come on, I want to
investment in this country.
Yes.
Also, please, I
Yes.
would want you to platform Bobby Wine. Nope has been saying
So our
we
platform,
meet
the reason I don't have Bobby Wine yet is because I got the vice president in trouble by just a short clip, a news bite. So I cut out a part where the good Dr. Zedriga, who is my personal friend, she's like a mother to me, was calling out the good Dr. Besigye, and it went so viral that it
Yeah, they
came
said
out
you were
of-
outrage farming
Yeah, I was out
at their expense.
Yes.
No, but it would be important that people like Bobby Wine, people like Besigye, people like General Muntu, Kano Besigye, General Muntu,
Retired Kanovis Chiza Vesage.
come out,
Retired is going to come.
But
Retired
not
is
tired.
my person. Yes, retired is my person.
but not tired.
He
It
knows
would be
me by name,
important.
that's the good thing.
It would be important for them to also sit across the table
True.
and actually tell us how they see a win. The man has been at this defiance thing for
Centuries of times of memory.
from 2001
Centuries is not immortal. Decades.
decades. It's not working. It's not enough to say those people are bad.
Yeah.
How do you challenge?
I feel like we
I-
all agree as a people that it's not enough.
Public Square,
We are at
and
that level.
we are also open to learning. Let's learn from their side. Let's understand from Mr. Chagulanyi that when you say, I'm going to get rid of corruption, how do you explain your land transactions? How different are you
we're now
from
going
that? No. How different? No, I want us to ask these questions. How different are you in your Chagulanyi Center Mukombo? What's his brother's name?
Mickey?
Chairman Nyanzi.
Chairman.
Hey, Nyanzi. Chairman Nyanzi and you. How different are you from General Saleh and his brother, General Museveni? How different are you? I want to sit down with him and we go over those documents that
Are
NUP
you
hasn't.
saying that if I really get through to having him on the podcast, I could have you on? And
No, we're happy. I have never refused. Someone was setting up a meeting with him, and I said,
No, I'm saying on a recorded
I have
conversation,
never
I will
refused
do that.
to meet that man.
I think he has really given me permission to look
That
for him.
man
but
is
I've been
my
reluctant.
friend.
Yes.
This one,
Bobby, for me, he had given me a leeway. I've just been reluctant
Sassy
on
Marvin.
finding him. Yeah. But I think
I
I'll
have
have him
had
after
these
Tabs,
debates,
'cause I
these
have Tabs
conversations
this very
with
week.
him. Tabs, you need to have him early
I have
because
this
he's
very
leaving
week.
soon.
I have him this very week.
So, I want to sit down across you and you tell me how different is your minuscule corruption from the raging machine that you say you want to replace.
Akasanke kakulemye begala kumanya nganga.
So let's have that. And then eventually from those conversations, people will understand that we are all on a sinking ship. The guy who says, I want to be the new captain,
And the guy who
and the text shows it.
And the text shows it.
Yeah.
But these people are intelligent enough to be able to tell their supporters that actually we are just pulling wool over your eyes. They have activists who have megaphones who are going to tell them those guys are sellouts. They are freaking not sellouts. They are the ones who are telling you we are the canaries in the coal mine.
Pun intended.
Pun intended.
No pun intended. This thing is on fire. Guys, we need fire extinguishers.
Natif, wrap up. Let Keron wrap up.
When people say wrap up, I understand other things. But anyway, this is it. You guys.
Two guys wrap up.
Wrap up, guys. Natala membarana fort wrapping it up.
They really need to wrap up. Chitufu. The statistics are saying very, many things.
Anyway,
but thank you,
guys,
Natif. Thank you,
so much.
Trevor. Thank you, Public Square. We are going to have this again.
We need to give a shout out to all our Public Square colleagues.
Yes, please do.
Aine, Dicta, Joel, and Joe. These guys are very committed people. No one is taking sorry from Public Square. The risk is there, but they show up.
I'll soon have a conversation with Ruth on feminism.
No, Ruth is very grounded. She is employed in a feminist cultural organization.
Yeah. Man, she will run circles around you. You'll
very many
I
hours.
told you last
I will have her.
I told you last week.
Practice.
I will love her.
So
And
Ruth,
she's very responsive
she
on
might
what
be
my
she might
communication
be
is.
private in her public conversations and communications, but she's not a faker. All these guys in Public Square are invested heavily in both the theory and praxis of liberating all of us.
Yeah.
And I'm extremely proud of them.
I have nothing useful to add. This is Trevor's podcast. I just have to thank everyone. Thank you guys in Public Square. Thank you to the people who have left Public Square because we are too non-partisan for their taste.
All
we
right.
still appreciate their contribution to the cause, contribution to building the foundation of Public Square. We wish them the best of luck wherever they are and hope for the best in whatever intellectual and civic space pursuits they have. We will not say any mean things about any of our comrades. We are fighting differently. We hope at the end of the day we all push this ship to safer shores.
Yeah.
And perhaps we'll laugh about these disagreements that we've very publicly had.
Just be sure that I will have Public Square anytime I feel like having a conversation with. It is just not stopping today. Thank you.
Let's go and send a shout out to. There's a Twitter gentleman from Kasese called Mumbere Osbel. One of the most. He takes his time.
Oh, yeah.
He shows up every day with good energy, curious to learn from people, and giving people a benefit of doubt.
I like his positivity as well.
I see you, my boy. I appreciate your positive energy, and we all can all learn a lot from this guy. That was my only shout out. I'm done.
So for me, it's really thank you to the people that have put this together. Thank you to Martin Ankwansa, the producer for this specific podcast. He's been behind all
answered his question.
Yeah, he's also really been against so much. So this
of what we
speaks
stand
to him.
for.
Thank you to Brian Galiwango, CEO Tigule. You made also this possible. Thank you to Kenneth. You've prepared me for this. Thank you to Hannington Damunira, an economist, also works for the government, and I had to consult with him before I come on the podcast just about some of these views, and they were willing to really have these conversations amidst even them thinking that the phone conversations we had would be a problem to them. They did not chicken out. So thank you to everyone at Uvotam. Thank you to Public Square for letting this happen. I appreciate it. And this is not the last time this is happening. For us, we are really interested in these conversations, mostly to the people we are familiar with. It has been about 6 hours. 6? Yes, and we appreciate it all. Thank you.